No, I can't hear you. Let's plug in my headphones so we don't get no feedback. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, evening, whatever it may be for you guys. First off, for everybody in America, happy Independence Day. This is pretty much what this show is going to be about today. Got a special guest in with me, a friend of mine who's done some podcasts in the past. He's got a different side of things. I think he's still trying to wake up, so he'll chime in when he's ready, if we figure out the mic issues we're having. Today's podcast is also a live call-in. I have links in the description for either Uber, for those that want to call in with your cell phones, or computer. You can do it from both. Or if you'd like to join us on Hangouts, you guys are really welcome to join us. Either or, we'll take your calls. We'll let you in our Hangout. We'll answer your questions in chat. I know it's early, but don't worry, this stream's not going to shut down anytime soon. And while we're waiting for people to show up, you can just listen to us chat. If I can get Chris's mic, we can figure out what's wrong with Chris's mic. Nothing. You're not muted. I mean, don't worry. This thing gave me all kinds. You seen, I had to reset my router. This thing gave me all kinds of headaches as soon as I set up. Oh, I heard something. I think it was a little static, but I heard something. Almost sounds like you hit a mic on CD. Almost thought I heard a squelch there, or a squawk. Guys, you're probably going to hear dogs in the background all day. Well, at least for a couple more hours. Well, all day. Our neighbor's having a huge 4th of July party. And we got a parade. I live in a really small town. I mean, small as like you blink an eye and you drive through it. But they're having a parade. It's been an annual thing since I can remember as a kid. They celebrate 4th of July on the 4th of July, unlike most places where they want to celebrate it on the weekend or the weekend before. They celebrate it on 4th of July Day. It's been a tradition that dates back since There we go. I'm hearing background noise.
You got something now?
Yep, now I hear you.
Ooh, cool.
I'll let you introduce yourself. They all know me by now. For those who don't, I am Drew.
Oh, yeah, everybody knows Drew. I pop in every once in a while. I made a big move, moved into a different city, been setting up the last few months. Yeah, I'm Chris. Happy 4th, Independence Day, a good day to remember why we're here.
Yes, it is.
Remember who got us here, how they got us here, why they got us here, and what we're supposed to do about it. That whole eternal vigilance part.
Yep. As my description says, we the people for the people. This is our day, a day forever etched in history. Give me liberty or give me death. And we still have our Paul Reveres to this day. Soldiers, preppers, sheepdogs, patriots, and I can name so many more. This live stream is dedicated to all of you. And you can join in through live call-ins or through Google Hangouts or via the YouTube chat. All topics are welcome. So what do you want to talk about today? I mean, I've got a bunch of stuff I want to talk about. Now that I got Chris on here, I want to jump back to my podcast from Saturday and talk a little bit about some cryptocurrency and some tech.
Oh, yeah.
Let him describe it. Because he'll make it sound like a utopia for you.
Crazy.
Yes, it does. And for since this is probably maybe the first time people are actually using my Uber conference for the live call-ins, if you have an issue with it, it's not working, let me know in chat. We've tried it out only a couple times. It's worked both times, but we also had some glitches with it. But I'll let Chris go run for a little bit. Let's hear a new voice.
Alrighty. I'm still waking up, so it'll be a little choppy, to say the least. But yeah, as far as I just start off with the cryptocurrency a little bit. Well, that's certainly well in line with freedom and liberty. It gives people really a tremendous amount of power. Governments, too, they can use them. I believe China is trying to put together their own effort, a state-funded, state-run kind of a thing. I'll be curious to see how that works out, just for contrast. And another one I want to look into is Ethereum. I know Bitcoin fairly well. I've used it a bit. Never looked into Ethereum that much. It seems to be a little bit better in some ways.
Bobby D, whom it may be, did a podcast last week. He brought on a person much like you that understands and knows a lot of the tech stuff. And he was talking about it. And Dabu and them also did a little talk about it. But this guy, I can't remember his name, but he mentioned the Ethereum thing.
Right.
That's kind of new to me. I've heard it, through Dabu and them a few times thrown around. But that's the one the banks are buying into.
Okay.
All the major banks. They're starting to buy into it. And PayPal and a few others in Silicon Valley. Just like yesterday on Twitter, I seen an advertisement for Bitcoin for IRA and 401ks. So it's definitely,
that's kind of cool.
So it's definitely going more mainstream now. But I'll let you keep going.
Well, yeah, it can be used for investment if you're you got to be quick with it. It's not an ideal form of investment because the markets fluctuate so much, but it can be. It's a good way. It can be a good way to preserve your value for short periods of time. It also seems to really be. I think it could outlive it could survive just about any damage to our tech infrastructure. Could it get the blockchains and all? If you could carry the data over, I think it could survive that. I'll have to apologize for not being so technical on that one. I don't actually know all the technical details, so something corrected me and filled any information I don't have. But I can talk a little bit about I guess you could call it democratizing. It puts a lot of power in people's hands to handle their own finances. And I don't mean just for drug dealers and things like that. I mean just for average folks that they're tired of getting raked over the coals with things. How do I put it without saying it's not an advocation of tax dodging. I'm not an individual whether they want to account for their own taxes or not. That sort of thing. It can be used in places where for purchases like in other countries that are extremely oppressive. The uses they could have in those places. And a little bit on the prepping side, it could be like a digital equivalent of gold as far as holding a value, but it certainly has some merit to it. I highly doubt that we're going to face a situation where, EMPs go off left and right and completely knock us into the Stone Age. I really don't think that's realistic and to be nuke proof. It just routes around damage or physical damage. It doesn't matter. Pretty robust idea. It really fits in with today, I think. I think you got a pretty good take on it from what I've heard. I'd like to hear more of it.
Yeah. I mean, I've been using a little bit of history on it. Like, going back to our first currency, which was the colonial coin. Give me a second. I had to go grab my water at the nightstand. So I switched headphones to Bluetooth, and it's getting real choppy. Hey, Chris, say something real quick so I can hear you. Make sure I got this working right.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I switched to my Bluetooth because I walked away from my computer for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
My water.
Yeah, I muted it so I could type.
Yeah.
I got a couple of things going at once.
Based it off of history. Back when we had the centennial coin, it was our first form of currency. Back when, for those that don't understand what the Stamp Act was really about, Stamp Act was currency and taxation, which hence we get in the Constitution taxation about representation. Hence Paul Revere's Midnight Ride, the British are coming, all that stuff all ties into it. No country would recognize our form of currency. We still had the bartering system. We were bartering, trading. People that were coming over from overseas. And a lot of people really knocked Stefan Malamud yesterday for his podcast he did, because he was bringing up these points, reminding people of our history. People would trade their servitude, their service, for passage. So in a sense, they were indentured slaves. So it is important to understand that our services, our skills, is a form of cryptocurrency as well. Bartering is a form of cryptocurrency. It's backed by skill. Like Chris says, I don't know what any of the cryptocurrency is backed, because Bitcoin's done by some anonymous guy. Nobody knows what's backing it. Is it intellectual property, like I talked about in the gaming industry? The gamers in World of Warcraft, Diablo, gold, farming gold to sell on the market to other people, because gold is important in the game. The auction house game, it became an intellectual form of currency. You were paying for intellectual property, or you were trading intellectual property.
Right.
But we learned, just like right now, the dollar is backed on oil. Well, that tells me something. Either the oil reserves are getting so low, and we don't control the oil. That's been the key part. Why do we go to backing our currency based on something we don't have control of? We don't produce that much oil. We get most of our oil from overseas, from the Middle East.
I would like to add something to that as well.
Go ahead.
I don't know if it's exclusive, if the dollar gets its value exclusively from this, I know it gets value from oil. It gets value from a lot of things. But I want to finish looking into this. It'll probably take a decade, and it'll probably change before I'm even done looking into it. But I started looking at the how it is that currencies get their value, looking at, you know, the number on a social security card, your name in all caps, and all of that. I waded through some bullshit. There's quite a lot out there. Oh, part is certain. We just lost our PG.
What PG? That's Independence Day.
Okay.
Freedom of speech, expression. I'll probably drop the F word before this day's over.
Personally, I think it gets the majority of its value from human labor. And that's why the capitalism is kind of an interesting thing. And it's race to the bottom, which is that'd be a whole matter for another topic right there. Yeah. But I think the dollar gets a lot of its value from human labor, or at the very least, and kind of scary, given how a hospital is considered a port of entry for a trade good, and your certificate of live birth is about the same as that for a cow.
Okay, I got a question on that.
That we are actually traded.
Yeah.
And when I studied a little bit about contract law really broke it down for me. And I started to be able to apply it. I got a lot left to learn. I could be dead wrong on all of this. But it really seems to be where it gets its value. And that's why we know it won't survive automation. As factories eliminate, or as manufacturing eliminates human labor, and human labor is gone everywhere. But what it will do is it will strip the value from every currency on Earth. Non-fiat currencies left, with the exception of cryptocurrencies. Where cryptocurrencies really get their value, oddly enough, is the electricity that goes into calculating the blockchain.
That actually makes sense in a weird little way.
If you want to mine Bitcoin, you're going to pay for it in electricity. Server running, if I put it to use mining Bitcoin, $1 a month, because it's a server. So if I'm not getting back, $40, $50 a month, I'm losing money.
Which makes sense, because we've all heard what Google's been doing, buying up all these solar plantations and windmill plantations, to where Google doesn't pay electric company anymore. They're self-sufficient on their own electricity. Basically, the next plots of solar and wind they buy, they can sell it on the market, which then becomes another form of cryptocurrency. As you were talking about electricity, your meters and stuff. I've never actually heard it put that way.
Yeah. Here's an interesting one. Here in Michigan, Consumers Energy actually gives you all kinds of bonuses and will help you get solar power.
Cool.
They're it's weird. I usually expect Michigan to be pretty draconian about things. I'm surprised they're doing that.
Well, not me. I know the history of Michigan. The malicious side
they've
of
got
it.
a good reputation.
Because, it's like you also point out, and a lot of people point out, robotics coming into the workplaces. It's removing. Well, speaking of which, guys, happy 4th of July to those who are working today on our Independence Day. I know people said, what? Nobody works on 4th of July. Yes, they do. I had to work last year when I was working, and actually every holiday, we never got a holiday off except for Christmas. It was the only holiday we got off. If they had their way, they made us work on that bit too. So, shout outs to those that are working on our Independence Day.
Yeah, you got that right. Shout out to everybody. But hey, somebody's got to keep all the machinery working. We can't all be on vacation at once.
Right. It was like,
I know I've done my share of working on holidays.
Yep.
And once I made over 400 days without a day off. Even managed to work a triple 12-hour shift in there somewhere. Never do that again.
I don't miss those days.
Me either.
Good money. Oh wait, I don't work that way anymore.
No.
No, I remember. I was making as a prep cook and meat cutter. I was making $11.25. I got a 25-cent raise. I went from bringing home close to $800 every 2 weeks to barely $400 after taxes.
You jumped the tax bracket, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah. I worked with a guy that he got hit hard that way. And then he was working variable hours. He'd work extreme hours for a while, then he'd get, 2 or 3 days off a week for a while. He had to hire somebody to do his taxes for him to straighten it all out.
Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. Like, how am I got a raise, how am I making less? It don't make no sense.
Right.
And I was
I got a whole different take on taxes. I think they're I guess in short, I don't like to use this word, but I don't believe in taxes at all. And I'll just keep it short for now. I don't believe in them at all. But we're all in this game together. That's why I'm fair with my taxes. I don't dodge anything. It's not because I agree with taxes or I'm afraid of going to jail. Well, that's a little bit of it. Or getting penalized. I've been penalized before. I figure if everybody else has to do it, until we reverse it or change it, I'll pay up. I'll pay my fair share.
That's the thing about when we start talking about cryptocurrency. How are they going to tax it? I haven't figured that part out yet because really we don't know what it's backed by. Well, I guess we can guess pretty much what the banks are jumping in on what that's going to be backed by. The banks, people we don't want to have control over that type of currency anymore. Some of the discussions me and you've had in private, on those lines, it's like, that's where, I don't know, I'm 50-50, I want it more into the hands of the people, less government, less corporate, but yet we want to give our stuff to the corporate. To me, I want to give our more control to our mom and pop stores. But with tech, that's slowly going out of the way too. Because like I said, in Florida, they've got a pizza joint that'll deliver a pizza to your table in under 4 minutes. That's all done by robotics, including paying for it. You swipe your little card with your chip in it, or swipe your phone. You're already playing in the game of cryptocurrency, digital markets, digital forms of currency. You guys have already been prepared for it. How many people go to the ATM anymore and take out $200, $300? You don't. You just swipe your savings card, debit card, or your checking debit card. It's no longer cash currency being traded back and forth. There's like I said, there's like 4 or 5 new types of cryptocurrencies come up. When you were talking about birth certificates, I can't remember the term, but I've heard people talk about it. Your value is based off your birth certificate. Banks trade and use your birth certificate to gain interest and stuff. Just like, I've heard many cases around the world, people will go to court and fight this. Well, you can take the money that you say I owe you off my paper, off my certificate, because that gives me value. I can't remember the technical term. I have only researched it a little bit. And it's not a new concept. I've heard militia people talk about it as well.
If you're not talking about time banking, are you?
I don't know what it's called. I've heard that term before. Because basically,
I'm kind of into that myself. I want to get it going to the community here for the city. It's a really good way. Japan, of all places, kind of pioneered that one. But I don't think that's what you're talking about.
No, I can't remember what it is, and I'd have to go pull up somebody's video real quick to find out. Santos, Mr. Astrology, I think it's his YouTube channel name. He talked about it because he ended up getting sued. Ended up having to go to court. And he was really talking about it. Because basically it's proof of life or proof of death. Your document's a living, breathing document, so to speak, that the banks use to grow interest and trade. Just like, and that's the other thing, banks. The money you put in, they're reloaning to others. The investments, before we used to, that's why it would grow interest. Your savings account would grow interest. You get more money because they were trading it. They're still doing it, but we're not getting that anymore. In fact, now we're just paying them to do that. And we get nothing back in return for them holding our money. We're paying them just to hold our money while they reloan it, market it, and do whatever else they do with it.
Yep. And as far as I understand it, in some weird way, we lose value each time it gets traded. So not only are we not drawing interest, they get an interest-free loan, or maybe they can pull interest off of it, but they get to leverage it. I think in some cases they're up to anywhere between 100 and 1,000 to 1. They're leveraging this, and that's part of the reason why we get crashes. That all that leverage has to get readjusted at some point, and they can keep hiding a lot of it. And I don't even know if that's wrong. I don't understand the economies well enough. I think they're wrong. It strikes me as a huge scam.
Yes, that's what it strikes me as.
But I must admit it seems to function. I must admit it does certainly seem to function. I mean, I can take, I've got money. I can go spend my money. It's not like I can't use my money. I've got money on a debit card. I've got money in a lot of places, and I can use it. So it seems to function. I'm not saying the machine is broken, but I really think we're on the losing end of it.
Oh, right.
Credit unions, I use a credit union, so they don't actually, they pay me to hold my money. But that's an exception, and it's just a local credit union. It's not even outside this region.
Right.
It's a Dork Federal Credit Union.
Isn't that in Texas?
Oh, no, actually, it's in Michigan.
In Michigan? Oh. Because I know a lot of people,
Yeah,
maybe a lot of people don't know. When you guys do your taxes, ask to have it done, your taxes all done through Texas. That way it can be based off gold.
Huh.
Most people don't know that.
I'll have to look into that.
That's what my friend,
that's cool.
My friend in North Carolina has been doing for years with their taxes. They've been going through the Texas bank, and that way it's either paper or gold, but you have access to a solid fund, something that has more value than actual paper. Which is interesting. It's like I said, we're dealing with a bunch of new stuff. Technology is growing faster than people are learning it. And that's why I kind of wanted to talk a bit about cryptocurrency today anyway, because we've got 5 states that's on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. I mean, I'm sure people have seen, I don't know if they're real or not, on the fake news or on pictures on Twitter of Chris Christie sitting on the beach. But all the beaches in New Jersey and park services is closed down because they're bankrupt. They have no money to fund anything. Illinois, last night, I don't know if they managed to figure something out. They're going, because their credit rating's been defunct.
Mm-hmm.
They're de facto credit. They have no credit. They're so far in
Isn't
debt
it,
they can't afford to pay it back.
Illinois? Isn't it Illinois that's in a full-blown crisis right now over it?
Yes. Illinois and Maine.
Maine. I didn't know about Maine. Damn.
Yeah, there's 5 states within the last week that did it. Maine, New Jersey, Illinois, I think Massachusetts. I can't remember the other one. California's on the verge. The thing is, what happens when we strip these... Yeah.
Who runs those places?
It's a scary trend. Right. Well, I mean, it's a scary trend, though, because, in a sense, it's the banks causing it as well. I mean, they start backing these cryptocurrencies. It's a way to force cryptocurrency onto people and control them, corner the market. I mean, they could push Bitcoin completely off the map by doing this, because if the banks have control of the Ethereum currency, cryptocurrency, and it's still currency, but they can push that onto these states that are going bankrupt and bail them out. It's happening just not here in the United States, though. It's happening everywhere in the world. I mean, we're focusing on the United States today because it's our Independence Day, and we should be the ones leading by example. I mean, you've seen some of the patriotic videos I've been posting the last couple of days. I mean, where's our John Waynes? I mean, John Wayne was probably one of the most patriotic actors out there. You can find some of the short clip videos of him talking about these things, what it meant to be. You could talk to people in Russia and stuff, older people. They knew.
Well, I think
the Duke.
I think. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
You know, it goes to the point. You know, they wanted that American dream that we still, most of us still believe in to this day. You know, but nobody goes back and thinks about where things start changing, how things. We get caught up in the crisis. We've seen what we can do in great crises. 9/11, everybody remembers it. We put all of our differences and divisions aside and came together and united as a whole. And we are focused on rebuilding and getting back at what was done to us. So we let laws come into place, things get changed, like the Pledge of Allegiance taken out of the school in 2002 by the Supreme Court. And they just started, because we're so caught up in the big event, we're not seeing the infinite changes until later down the road. Now, our younger generation, they don't know what Independence Day really is about, because we talk about the Boston Tea Party, which is part of our Constitution, became part of, put into our Constitution, taxation without representation. And that's not taught in school anymore. It's the schools that use Common Core, that is. They took it out of history because it leaves a blemish on America. No, it don't. That's the ideology of it's not even right, because that's what made America what it was. That's what made patriots. That's what made us want liberty, freedoms, justice, equality. You know, we're dealing with the same things when we have these major crises, like the bank crisis in 2008. We were all caught up in it, we need to save our auto industry, because that's been our bread and butter. We missed all the things that they did on the side because we were all caught up on the big issue, you know, the real shiny thing. They got everybody's attention, and therefore everybody missed the sleight of hand, so to speak. I'm sure you got some bad.
To a degree, I think the banks are out of control. They don't have complete control. There's something that so far nobody's figured out how to control, and that's something known as the natural economy.
Right.
That's the economy of that has physical limitations to it. It's the economy of, obviously, of resources and that sort of thing. But Ron Paul talks about it all the time. I think it was Mises school. They teach everything based around, fundamentally, how to make sure that your imaginary economy, the one that we create, which can be good, it can be excellent, how to make sure that it always stays in alignment with the natural economy.
Right.
You get a non-eco warrior version of sustainability, where it's not about protecting the environment because it's necessarily the right thing to do, which is cool. But you can't sell that shit to bigwigs. You can't sell that to a business person. They don't give a shit. My bottom line. Well, simple. If your environment is messed up, somehow you're going to have to cope with that. It's going to cost you money. So if you make it in your best interest, at the very least, minimize the damage you do to the environment that supports you. And we get too far away from that. That's when we end up with the issues we've had with fiat currencies and that sort of thing. Just to kind of pull from Ron Paul. He's one of my sources of information for this. I trust that he knows what he's talking about. Some issues I disagree with him. But I think he's got that dead on. And I think that school of economics has it at least close. And we can never get too far away from that. And the people that created this nation understood that quite well. We've kind of forgotten that, I think. And the banks, they keep trying to push everything. And all they're doing is, they're creating a house of cards for themselves. They keep trying to find ways to profit from it. And so far it's worked. They're predatory. I'm not even going to talk about the rightness or wrongness of that. I can see a little right and a lot of wrong. But they're going to cut their own throats in the process. And so I really think if everybody could start taking an angle like that, we can all pull a win-win out of it. It's kind of like, how would I put it? It's not accepting of evil and letting it do its thing. It's just a way of presenting, even to the evil bastards out there, that, look, guys, your futures are wrapped up in this too. You got to get your crap together, or you're going to suffer the same fate as us. It's just going to be delayed for you. You can only pretend for so long. And what I'm noticing is, especially in a lot of the Davos talks, people really should go look deeply into those. Ignore the ones that the conspiracy theorists and the public figures, the talking heads, tell you you're supposed to look at. And yeah, that includes Alex Jones and Dabu and BP Earthwatch and all of them. Go look deeply into the Davos talks. They're all on YouTube. You can watch them and listen to what these human beings have to say about their own positions. They're aware of their spot. They're aware that they're in these positions of unbelievable power. They're aware of the fact that, like George Soros was in that video I shared with you the other day. He knows what he is. He knows he's a predator. And from the sound of it, the human side of him and the business side are almost schizophrenically separated. He wants people to come up and fight people like him and destroy them. And more importantly, to minimize the damage they can do. But until the day comes, he's going to do as much damage as possible. He knows it.
Right.
This tells me each one of these people has an inner conflict that can be reached. We can reach that. We can touch that. We can bring a balance of emotion and logic to the table, and we can start to show people, look, we don't all have to be enemies. We are. In some areas, we're going to be. But we don't have to be in every single area. We can come together. We can find a way to sort all of this out where nobody has to lose. We don't have to look at this as we're going to crush you or you're going to crush us. And if it comes to that, well, we'll do that. So it's kind of a last-ditch effort. I mean, look at it. I mean, enemies never go talk to each other until they reach a stalemate.
Right.
So maybe that's what it takes. I don't know. That's my little spiel on it. I'll hand it over to you, Drew.
It's like something we've been discussing, finding common ground, which is hard. We've been taught to be so divided. We've been programmed to be divided. I mean, we have people that practice fear porn all day long on here, on YouTube. Because they know, in a sense, they know fear porn sells. Fear porn will gain their audience. It's clickbait. We just keep giving these things new names, new titles. we call cryptocurrency, but we've had a form of cryptocurrency in the bartering system.
Yes, you got it. Its form of encryption is just that there's no record. I guess you could say it's encryption. Oh, hell, I was going to try to coin a term there. I can't do it. I'll let you do it if you want.
I mean, yeah. Actually, I don't know the term you're really getting at. But
Oh, me either. I was going to try to come up with one, but I'd run on a long rambling tangent. No, it's too early in the morning for that.
You know, but people forget our bartering system's been around since our forefathers and before them. But we've also used it as a warfare weapon. Every country has. We've used it. Here, take these blankets. And therefore, we spread smallpox and other diseases through it. I mean, or here, take these foods that's been tainted that you don't know about. You see our beautiful gardens that are non-GMOs and stuff, but we've added chemicals into them without telling you, and we hand them off. See, even bartering can be a dangerous form, and it's been used throughout the century in practical warfare. It's a subliminal form of warfare. Poison the water well. You know, just like I did a video last Friday for the prepping side of things, making you aware of some of your bug out routes might have to change because, hey, it goes back to culture. You know, why did our German, Irish, Scottish ancestors migrate more to the Appalachian Mountains and stuff? Because of the climate. It reminded them of home. Same thing's happening right now. History is repeating itself. I showed a bunch of mosques along the Appalachian Trail. I described how in Boone, first 2 years I was down there while I was working, living, they had a handful of Muslims. This year when I went back there, and mind you, I moved back in October of last year, the population of Muslims increased to where you were seeing them everywhere. 1,000, if not more. You can relate, Chris, with Flint, Michigan, living in Flint, Dearborn, Michigan. We all know about it. We all know the cops tell you, don't go in there. We can't protect you. And here's something else that's been coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the article I shared about the North Carolina guy in Charlotte?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't get a chance to read it. I just skimmed it.
They found a loophole in the airlines, the buddy pass system. Well, after explained, because I thought, because the way the article read and the way that news agency reported it, they reported, well, it's just a discount, like, you know, an $80 ticket instead of a $200 ticket. You know, that was for family and friends that they offered the employees, you know, a perk. Because, keep it real, people that work in the airline industry, they work long hours and they're never home. They're much like truck drivers, in a sense, like do the East Coast and West Coast routes. They're never home. They're all over the place. They might get off one flight that's from the United States to the United States, from, you know, Boston to California. Then on that California flight, they might change flights and go international. They don't really get breaks. So they give them these perks. Well, part of this buddy system, buddy pass perk, is it allows you to skirt security. Basically, you flash your ID, driver's license or state ID, just to prove that that's your face, and you just walk right on by. You don't go through TSA. They don't type you in to make sure you're on a watch list. But come to find out, this was a process that took place in 2014. I think this guy was investigating. It took a new administration before it came to light. But I just got shared an article yesterday. Something even just as close as what happened in Flint a couple of weeks ago at the international airport. Guy in Columbus, Ohio, charged with as being a terrorist. Here, right in my own backyard almost. I mean, they're both these these places I've mentioned have been in my backyard. Some because I've been, like I said, part-time resident in North Carolina. I live on the Ohio, Indiana, Michigan border. I'm only 2 hours from Dearborn. I used to go to Dearborn. Then we find out back in 2015, this guy was plotting to commit a terrorist act, and they just now unsealed the documents. How many more cases are out there? I know we got off the cryptocurrency tech side of things, but we'll get back to it. These things have been hidden from you guys. And we get caught up in fake news and everything and other stories. Well, people don't even know this stuff happened. Go ahead.
The Dearborn Underground, it was just a little website that was live for a while. I haven't seen activity on it in quite a while, a little over a year. They used to keep up with what was going on in Dearborn fairly well. And, you know, the grapevine around here is, you hear a lot through there, so always take that with a grain of salt.
Right. I
haven't been to Dearborn, and I've gone through there a few times. I haven't been into Dearborn in ages. I mean, well over a decade.
You wouldn't recognize it?
No. I've seen some pictures. I've heard stories by people. It's not like you're going to get killed if you go there. It's not like that. I think Flint's probably more dangerous than there, just from the thugs.
Yeah.
But
Benton Harbor.
Yeah, it's not a good place, and you don't take your woman there, especially if she's dressed in a typical American way, you know, showing a little bit of skin. They don't like that. And in some, you know, if they weren't, how do I put this? Because I'm all about religious freedom all the way.
Right.
Even though I personally, you know how I think about religion. They got something we can learn from them, but I think religion is one of the worst things to ever happen to humanity. And that I would love to see all of them just go away. But that's what they want to do. That's fine. They just take it too far. They take it to a level that it's just inhuman.
Right. I mean, my take on religion is strip the dogma away from it and you're fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And from what I hear, Dearborn's getting, you know, almost Sharia law there. Almost like what's that place in France where the police don't even go there. And they have got that place completely taken over.
Well, see, I've done some more research on Dearborn. Pulled up and started going into crime reports and stuff. There's tons of missing persons, mainly women. There's been murders in there, some that haven't been even solved. And a cop will tell you, don't go in there. We can't protect you. What the hell? You know, I'm not trying to be doom and gloom on this day, but I also want you guys to realize what's going on. I want you to waken up and see. Just like when we were talking about the cryptocurrency, I want you to understand. We can link certain things by watching the patterns that are happening around us. Sometimes we got to stop judging. That's our problem. We judge too much.
You've got to have, judgment comes back in later, but there's a thing about observation. To properly observe anything, you have to get yourself out of the way. You got to just see what's there, colorations into it, or prejudices, or anything like that. And once you see what's there, then you can let it all come back in.
Right.
What happen is you'll still be judgmental, but it'll be more in alignment with reality. And I think a lot of people are so judgmental, reality into their heads. And, you know, that's their right to do that, but it means that their actions they're not going to make sense happening, and they're not going to see people like us. We're so well trained. You've probably spent as much time as I have. A decade, 2 decades, maybe even more, depending on how early we got our start, looking for subtle patterns, not imaginary patterns, just subtle ones. Kind of like, you know, mathematicians looked to nature to find patterns, and they discovered a universal branching pattern. That's almost all life shows it. That's what I mean. They're real patterns. The universe plays them out. We see them in nature. But people don't recognize these patterns in their own behaviors. And when they, like you said, when they're they suspend their judgments for a time and just watch what's happening, they'll see these subtle patterns. They'll see, like what we were talking about. They'll see these things creeping into their areas and creeping into their lives. And they'll see on one hand, there's a good form of tolerance, but on the other hand, there's another form of tolerance that's more like naivety or just gullibility, where because somebody says somebody's peaceful, okay, well now let's just pretend everybody's peaceful. That's nice. I mean, that's cool. That's it. That keeps people a little more civilized and not murdering each other so much. But it also means that when one group decides it's time to murder another, the second group doesn't even see it coming.
Right.
Get murdered by their own families if they have managed to, in this case, a family member converts, but the rest don't. Stuff like that.
Well,
I'm not going to pretend I know what their rules are. I'm not going to pretend I know what the rules are of that religion, but I do believe that they don't tolerate that.
I mean, just an ideology.
And where I draw the limit is you cannot tolerate gross intolerance. When the intolerance reaches a level where people are actually hurting each other physically, that's where I draw the line.
Right. It goes back to our First Amendment Constitution. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. You can say, even hate speech is protected. I hate that, but it is. And it should be.
Yeah.
That's me being judgmental on that part.
Yeah, if the Klan wants to get out there and have their rallies, fine. Once they want to hang somebody, now I got a problem with them.
Right. Once you take
maybe they are my own skin color.
Like I put it, every action has an equal reaction. When you turn the expression into an action, you've violated the First Amendment. It needs to be peaceful. It needs to be expression. I don't agree with what Kathy Griffin did. I don't agree with that stupid play, but I understand it. They're expressing it. They're not committing the act.
Yeah, I'm all for her expressing that.
Place when you do something like that, yes, you should be very, very thoroughly investigated by the Secret Service. But nothing should come of it unless your intentions are deemed to be an action, to cause an action. Therefore, if somebody would attempt that or try it, you're actually accountable for that because you created the action. You created the equal reaction. So there is some accountability. And they use it against us all the time. Like you were discussing. We've got our own very own history that shows us the Civil War. Look how it divided and pitted family against family.
Yep.
Now you start seeing why they want to strip history and stuff out. Because we don't see these things, we can be more judgmental. We'll judge based on these things. I'm going to bring up something that will probably make everybody mad. Chris, here in the United States, do we recognize the broken snake?
Do we recognize what?
The broken snake that we all so commonly see on the ISIS flags.
Oh, the broken snake?
Yep.
Oh, not as far as, in a way, yeah, the Gadsden flag.
Exactly.
If that's what you're referring to. I might be missing what you're asking me.
Well, that's what I was asking. Don't tread on these flags. There's versions of it, of the broken snake. It is in every culture. It's been passed down through generations. It's actually biblical, believe it or not.
Ancient Egyptian.
Moses. Yep, Egypt and the Jews. Moses.
That cat cutting the apex beast to pieces.
Mm-hmm. Or Moses and his staff and the serpent.
Yeah.
It was the division, the separation of the Jews from Egypt. It was becoming the broken nation. Represented also in the caduceus. The two snakes intertwining the staff. Some people, they get it. They see it. They're missing parts of history. They're missing parts of knowledge. You do miss that when you become judgmental. You're there. There's still more to it. The broken snake representation started from Egypt and the Jews. It may be farther back than that. That's just one reference point in history, or as you put out, the Egyptians with the separate, yeah, what you said.
Well, I don't remember the whole tale. I have an interest in that mythology.
Right.
It's the birthplace of all of the other religions that we're dealing with right now. And personally, I think if they got back to their roots, they'd have something they could work with. But that's my own personal opinion there.
Right. It's like I said, you strip the dogma out of it, you've got spiritual.
Yeah, and the Egyptians, I see zero evidence that they even worship gods. The word nature from nature. They didn't call them gods, they call them the nature. They're principles. They just better with stories about creatures like gods. We can remember better that way. We can make relationships that way. But people forgot how to read it, even though every Egyptian text has right at its beginning how to read the text. You read them as nature, as principles, and
well, it's like language. Every time you translate a language, you're losing some form and meaning of it, because certain languages don't have the words. It's like a lot of people will think that Portuguese and Spanish or Portugal Spanish. There's three different forms of Spanish. Portuguese is more Latin, more from the Latin words. We have a lot of words that is not in, well, the Mexican Spanish language. It's like they have a lot of words that have different meanings from the Spanish language that mean different things, or they don't even have the words. Same way when we start translating Greek from Aramaic or Coptic, we lose the meanings, interpretations. Every time we change a definition of a word to match a modern definition, it loses its meaning, value, and what it originally meant.
Yeah.
That causes division.
Oh man, I wish we could get one of our friends in for this part of it.
Yeah, I know. That's what, he reminded me of it.
Mm-hmm. He's a wealth of information on that. I mean, beyond belief.
Which is why I didn't do a video yesterday. And caught up in the conversations we've had in the last week. I mean, I even missed my podcast from my other channel. But it was important what we were talking about. We're learning. This is, our Independence Day. We should be not just celebrating it. We need to be teaching our younger kids that are there, the younger generations, why we celebrate this. What our forefathers did. Just like
not just that it's a fun time not just teach them it's a fun time to have a barbecue, get drunk, and watch fireworks.
Right.
Go out and shoot the guns. There's a reason. Those fireworks mean something.
Yes,
there's a reason we're celebrating.
Glare, bombs bursting in air.
Yeah.
That was written during a siege on one of our forts. Our very own Stars and Stripes, they can still find the original one that flew in that fort to this day as that song was written. Just like I brought up the different forms of Pledge Allegiance. And they used it. See, people start talking about Masons, Illuminati, all this. But they don't talk about, do you go ask a Mason? Not hard to tell who they are. They're not shy. The real ones aren't shy about showing who.
Oh no, they're quite open about that.
The ones that aren't open, those are the ones you guys talk about all. These are the ones that will infiltrate these groups. I explained it to you a bit.
As with everything, there's light in the dark.
Yes. And they'll give the group a bad name. They'll silence that group's name. We see it happening today in these protests with Antifa, Black Lives Matter, Anon, and I can go on and on. These groups have all been infiltrated. The feminist movement, the civil rights movements, with people. History is repeating itself right before your very own eyes. My forefather, John Rutledge, research him. Yes, that name's on the Constitution. He did sit on the Supreme Court for a little bit, but he got into it with another faction of our government he opposed what they were trying to do. They were the banquet, the capitalist. And therefore, because he was appointed, he was never elected into the seat of the Supreme Court. And therefore, he was removed. Because when it's time to actually appoint him, they did not vote him in because he said some things, brought up some things that went against the capitalist and certainly later to become president. I think it was, if I remember my history correctly. But do I agree with everything he did? No. But because some of his actions caused a division, a separation in our families. It caused us to migrate north because we did not hold his views and beliefs on slavery. When the Civil War happened, we migrated north to Michigan. Then later, throughout the historic centuries, we migrated into the Ohio's. And even his wife and daughters left him. Well, his wife stayed with him because back then that was, that's what they did. But and you think he'd got a reality check when he tried to commit suicide. He jumped off a bridge. You know who came to his aid? 2 slaves. Swam out in the middle of the river to save him. It did not change his view, sadly. But as I stated, most people don't realize a lot of our forefathers, they were indentured slaves because to pay for their passage, they agreed to give up service for their skills and labors to pay for indentured servitude is what it was, for a period of time to pay back the loan they were given to come over here. Most people don't know that. That's part of our history. That's what we celebrate this day, the freedom, the liberty. That's why our forefathers put things in the Constitution. That's why they omitted things that have been later added. Look what happens when they added that stuff. Because of adding under God, one nation. They used it to strip it from our schools because of that word. There's nothing wrong with that. I actually like that version of it.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I could get into my beef. I could get into my beef with the word God and how it's used and misused. But yeah,
right.
I can go with that. That's it. That's the one I learned.
Yeah, it's the one I like. It speaks for what this country's about. The freedom to believe in any God.
Yeah, and if you look at the way the Founding Fathers talked about that and why they chose to use that word in certain places, obviously not in that, but when they chose to use it elsewhere, the usual way of referring to it as the Grand Architect. Mm-hmm. Well, their concept of the Grand Architect was pretty generic, and it could have covered even just regular old-fashioned materialistic cause and effect nature. They didn't really go too far into it past just there's some sort of a principle that guides things. It seems they made a convention and called it God. Obviously, at that time, if you didn't call it God, you'd get burned at the stake still, just about. But yeah, I'm okay with that version. Personally, I prefer a version without that, but I wouldn't know what to replace it with. I guess the reason I like it is it does unify people in a sense, even though it has some negative consequences to it. Other than that, I can usually go with it. And you're right, they're using it to strip the whole Constitution out of the schools, or the whole Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools. I don't like that. I mean, I'm not in a flag worship. I'm not in a worship of anything blindly. I mean, my vision of patriotism has nothing to do with blind allegiance or following. It means that immediately turn on a totalitarian regime if it took over. They're not just going to back their country no matter who the leader is. And I guess it comes down to they back an ideology. They back the ideology that created this country. And that ideology is even separate from the Founding Fathers. You could say they just carried it. They may not have created it. They carried it, used it to create something physical to bring it into the world. Patriots follow that. And as long as the nation is in line with that, they're cool. and they'll stand and die for their country if need be. If their nation
Right.
goes against that, they'll turn the other way.
You know, before our militias was supposed to be a form of checks and balances as well. You know, it's like I said, I've been all over the place, I know. But, you know, that's what it's about. You know, you guys, if you got topics you want to hear from us or you want to share yourself, check the description. You can join us on Hangout. You can call in, or you can just use the YouTube chat. We're going to interact with you guys. I'm watching the chat and stuff because, you know, this is our day. It's we the people for the people. It's our views. What's this day mean to you? I mean, yes, we're talking about other subjects as well. We're talking about cryptocurrencies, forefathers, because it's all what's made this country so great.
Well, yeah, you can look at some of those. Yeah, if the price for freedom and liberty is eternal vigilance, and creating something like a cryptocurrency, that's a step in the way. It may fail. It may get absorbed by something else, like you were mentioning, the banks trying to control it. That could happen. But that's our job. We're supposed to be coming up with all kinds of new ideas to preserve our liberties and freedoms and to face the threats. There's always a wannabe tyrant out there. There's one in every living room, in every house. There's one, you know, waiting to come up in every local election. And there's one waiting to take a seat in every national election, or even dictatorships, monarchies, you name it. Always somebody to strip it, and there's always people that want to preserve it.
Right. But then this is where I get on the division thing. They use the division to keep us separated. So if we're separated, it's the oldest tactic in the book when it comes to war. You divide the nation. You divide the country within. You pit the people against each other. So they can't sit here and do like me and Chris. Does me and Chris agree on everything we're saying with each other? I don't know, not all the time. We agree on a lot of points, but we have our differences as well.
Yeah, we mostly agree on most things, but there's a few areas. We were discussing a few last night. There's a few areas that
right
opposite. But we come together in a way that when we both walk away, we may still not agree.
But we learn something.
Yeah, and we may both come away with something that says, wow, I can no longer agree with what I agreed with before, and I don't agree with this guy either. Who know that I didn't even think about before.
Right. So how do we find something that we can agree that is better than what we disagree on, and that we've changed, that we don't even agree that we agree with that anymore? It's through what we're doing right now, talking, throwing ideas, theories, things we've seen, witnessed in history, communicating. Yes, communication can get heated. It does. It's the emotion in it, behind it. It's the passion to had to have a better tomorrow, a better future.
You got it.
It's exactly what we stand for with our Constitution, with what America stands for. That's why it's so hated.
To find what is right and to get as close to truth as we're able to. Not the passion to win the fight, to win the argument, to prove oneself right, and all of that ego boosting. But that can be good too. I mean, if you're passionate about, so you're going to be kind of arrogant. You notice this when we're passionate about things, and especially if we know we're right, and that can come off really strong. And I think that's appropriate. I think that's totally appropriate. It can get of course it can go in all kinds of crazy directions, in a just straight pure arrogance where a person doesn't know but they pretend they do.
Right.
But when people are passionate, they get emotional. They'll even, pound on the table, sometimes even pound on each other's faces, and then go have a beer later.
Well, I mean, back in the day, even our congressmen, they didn't get along. They were subject to go out back and duel, or go out in the countryside and duel.
Hell yeah.
That's why they banned it.
Yeah, they're killing each other off. Fist fights, I'm not into violence, but occasionally, especially with guys, with men, sometimes that's how we settle things, and it doesn't even mean we're not friends anymore.
Well, women
I've seen friends duke it out
in their own little way.
Yeah. And that's why I don't like to see things get so watered down. And this is it. Hell, look at my avatar on here. It's still, that looks, you know, I get a lot of jokes about that one. I get a lot of jokes about it because of the color scheme. But, oh, hell, where was I going with that? I don't even remember. You're going to have to pick it up from there.
No.
I don't want to go off on a tangent here.
No, I'm trying not to do that myself. Cover a bunch of topics, you know, just stuff that people need to hear about. You know, maybe we should talk about a little bit of psychological warfare, triggers and stuff.
Oh, that's a good one. That's one of the primary tools used.
Right.
You get people triggered and they're not going to make any sense anymore. They're irrational and you can lead them around.
And it causes division and separation, among other things. I mean, there's so much.
And what concerns me is it's being taught. What's been taught lately is it's okay to get offended by anything. That sounds nice on the surface. It sounds like, okay, we're making progress. We're getting people to not be so offensive towards one another. But what it's really teaching people is do not control your emotions. This is leading these same peaceful people into becoming essentially rabid animals with no control over their more animalistic sides. To say, if you want to be offended by something, no, there's no responsibility on your part to fix what's in you that makes you offended by that. No, it's the other person's fault for offending you. It's their fault. It's a very, very dangerous thing that's going around right now.
Yes, and speaking of psychological warfare, I just seen something posted up. I remember I read this morning that I wanted to discuss, and it actually can go back to cryptocurrency as well. Yesterday on the markets, Google and Yahoo somehow put the wrong numbers and figures on certain things. It was an accident. They say it was I don't know. But it was an accident, but it caused certain things to take event. They actually triggered certain events inside the market to happen. You know, it was an accident. They caught it, but nothing, some stuff that was actually trending itself. It didn't close out higher than what it was. They affected the market.
Right.
It was a trigger. See, triggers just don't happen with people. Well, it does, because by putting those wrong numbers, it causes a change in the way people traded things in the market.
Yeah. Well, even the automatic trading is designed to somewhat track human emotion. It's designed to somewhat mimic the emotional way that people choose their to buy and sell on the markets. I can't go too far in there. I don't understand it well enough. I could be wrong on that one too. But it really looks like that they track the human emotion, that side of it, the best they can.
Right. I mean,
you can trigger an automatic system. About, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's what happens. When you let somebody trigger you, you've got control over them. Whether it's just a simple emotional push, you can change their emotional state. Therefore, they wouldn't normally jump out of this because they've seen some outrageous numbers. And there were some outrageous numbers, which would have forced them to, oh shit, I need to bail, I need to sell. It happens here I can use live streamers. I watch it every day. They're having a great show. They're talking about stuff. They'll look down in their chat and allow one person who intentionally comes in there to hit that your little button and get you frustrated, angry, and pull you away from that topic just once to interact with them. And, by then they've been banned or they disappear. And sometimes it turns your audience off. Sometimes it actually feeds your audience. It works both ways. But it's taken you from a subject that had importance and meaning and understanding that you are enlightening people to. And they just changed the focus. They changed because they affected an emotion. That's why I try to tell people that live stream. It's going to happen. Don't acknowledge it. Let your moderators deal with it. I don't have no moderators right now. Well, I do. When Chris is on, I actually will. I just haven't been over that side of things to adding to the moderator part. Or when a few of my other friends, when they are able to get on, because like I said, some of them live where they got to rely on MiFi and they can't get on the Hangouts due to internet connections and stuff like that. But they have other views and stuff. Like I said, we all have different views, how we see things, how we do things. That goes back to being triggered. And being judgmental is also a trigger. So when we start judging people, we don't realize, well, maybe it goes back to what me and Chris were talking about yesterday. And some of us experienced it, especially older. We dealt with people that didn't know how to read, write, but they could do that job better than a person that has a doctorate's degree. In fact, they end up teaching that person that's got the doctorate's degree how to do that very same job. Why? Because it's hands-on.
Oh, I got put in my place. I pride myself on being rather well-read, somewhat articulate, and all of that. I consider myself a smart guy. And these guys they couldn't read or write. I've worked with carpenters, plumbers, and other tradesmen that, they can't write, they can't read. They can barely write enough to do their own paperwork. And I've even seen some that had to have a partner, somebody, their helper, do their paperwork for them because they can't even write that well. These dudes thought circles around me, man. Talk about humbling.
Right.
I can do some equations to figure out carpentry problems. And these guys just, bam, they throw something out there. Even problems I can tell they've never seen it before. So it's not that they remembered how to do it. And I started to realize, well, there's a whole different way to look at intelligence. I mean, I'm sad for them because a lot of the world doesn't make sense to them because they can't read it. They can't understand it. But they do okay. They're smart. Of course, I've known some illiterate people that, I'm not even going to beat around the bush. They're dumber than a box of rocks. And they couldn't think. They're essentially stupid. I'm just going to use that word for it. But I've seen some really smart people that they didn't really meet up to the measure of what we usually call smart.
Right.
But you get them out there, you get them doing their thing, and they'll show you up quick.
But today as a society, they judge people like that, like there's something broken with them. No, there's nothing broken with them. Everybody's different. Everybody does things different, but everybody learns things differently. Some of these guys, they might not know the technical or long algebrated trigonometry of the process, but yet they can do it. Their minds are capable of seeing it, visualize it, and therefore they create it better than the person that can do all this math, and it takes this person all this time to do this math, where this guy's right to work, or this woman's right to work. Just like I shouldn't have to say woman or guy. When I refer to guy, I refer to everyone. It's, we put too much emphasis on words as well, proper grammar. I seen somebody in somebody's chat, they were dogging this lady because she was using proper English to talk. People forget we were educated to use proper English. I hated English.
Yeah.
Grammar. It was taught to us like that. Now you don't see it. Now we're taught to use BTW, OMG.
Right.
No more proper grammar. No more proper English. No more.
I must be a weird one. I loved English. I love to pick apart. So diagramming sentences is one of the most hated things for most people. I still do that to this day every once in a while. I do it in my head. But it makes it hard to communicate. So I can kind of relate to that woman. Especially, you try putting out, especially in a regular face-to-face conversation, try using a proper, complete, complex sentence. And you're going to get steamrolled every time. People are just going to run right over you. And you have to learn how to talk in fragments and chopped up pieces of information in. And that drives me bonkers. But hey, people are different.
Right.
That's how they understand us. It's what we got to work with. We got to just do it anyway.
But I also think that's another way. Why them stripping some of that away from the education now, it now can be used more to trigger people. it causes an effect when people do that. It's like, because in a sense, they look at it as a commanding tone, somebody in command, somebody who's in charge, even though that's not what the person's coming off as.
Oh, yeah. And if you know a subject and you know it, instantly to everybody else, you're arrogant. You're a know-it-all. Or they don't even go that far. They just call you an asshole.
You know, just like me, sometimes I try to, especially in the areas that I have found knowledge of, found wisdom of through experience, I still try to find the common ground. I bring myself down to that person's level, or I have to bring myself up to that person's level, which can be hard at times too, as I've been finding out the past couple of days. Can't find the middle ground to find common balance. You know, and a lot of that goes because, man, sometimes we don't know the person. So it's hard to find things we relate to or we can relate to. Then that in itself can trigger a person. It's like, okay, you get frustrated. But yet, you know, a group of people, they want the same thing, but they don't know how to articulate it, to find that common ground that either go to that person's level or down to that person's level. Chris, just lost Chris for a second. And I'm working on that because I pride myself, always prided myself, and that's the ego. Being able to do that, finding common ground with anybody. I've always been a more of a natural comedian. I can blend into all my surroundings, blend in with different groups of people. I kind of forgot the basics. I forgot what I was originally taught about being part of everything, being aware. When you get stripped of not being able to read a person, which, you know, pride comes before the fall, guys. And sometimes it can be a fall, but it's a learning experience. Everything's a learning experience, even your bad things. Like, we've had bad things in our history. I don't call them blemishes on this country. I call them lessons that we should not repeat. Or being one of those lessons, but yet I hear people throwing the word around more and more these days. You know, it shouldn't be being thrown around, because the more it starts getting used, the more it becomes common in our language and our everyday conversations, the more likelihood or probability that the effect can happen, cause and effect. For every action, there's an equal reaction. You know, I'm keeping using the scientific terms. There's other terms I could use. I'm trying to keep it in terms and a language that everyone can understand. You know, which is what I'm learning by doing this channel and these broadcasts compared to what I do on another channel. You know, I'm going through the growing pains, so to speak, of learning, relearning things. Being social is important. Being known how to reach out to others. I hear people talk about, how do we wake up the youth? They don't want to hear it. We have to find common grounds. We have to find similarities into their ideologies and beliefs and play on those. Yes, it's a form of psychological warfare. It's a game, mind game. Okay, Chris. Chris is going to be in and out while he figures out what the happening to his internet, which I'm shocked. I started out, as soon as I went to do this broadcast, I started to have the same issues. I kind of figured out how to remedy it for a time being. Like I said, I found a loophole. Just like I found a loophole a couple weeks ago, thanks to Project Veritas on YouTube. It's not a permanent fix. Eventually they'll probably fix it so we can't even do that. But hey, I can't access it because I don't have the financial ability to promote my videos that way. But I also have different beliefs and takes on that. which I could be wrong in my thinking and my ideology on that. I'm still weighing that because, you know, I don't want to play the psychological warfare game. And to me, that's a form of psychological warfare. That's, to me, that's submitting to someone else's control. And I don't like to submit to no one. I like my freedoms. I like my liberties. But yet, at the same time, we have to also realize when we're talking about these things, we do have to have some form of control, some form of law, some form of government. Because it keeps, as Chris pointed out, it keeps from rising up. It keeps peace in a sense. Yes, are these systems abused? Yes, very. We've got bad apples in every system, every religion. We got people infiltrating movements that have so much meaning, rich in history, and they're finding ways to silence them. Just like I was talking to somebody, just leave it at that. New York just deemed Antifa a domestic terrorist group. I'm all for that from the way they've been acting, but at the same time, I must be out of my rabbit-ass mind for even saying that, because I've seen how our government, how these bad apples in our government no longer represent we the people. How I've seen how they'll pass a law that seems harmless, but yet use it to strip our freedoms and liberties. Protests should be peaceful. That's my stand. When you step over that, you've no longer expressed you start expressing yourself through action. I don't know if that's, you're going to have to elaborate on that one, Chris. And I think some people might be interested in what you just said.
Port scan by Hangouts.
Okay, what's that? Remember, someone might text about that.
Oh, okay. They're scanning for open ports into my network.
Like a virus.
No, not quite. It could be.
Or like
I noticed I couldn't connect at all, so I checked my intrusion detection system, and it showed an IP address getting blocked. Can't tell precisely, but it certainly looks like it was coming from one of Hangouts, or one of the servers that Hangouts is using.
See,
actually, I have what looks like hundreds of them.
See, that's interesting because, like, I've tried to tell you about the issues us live streamers here on YouTube have been having, especially when it comes to those that use Hangouts. You've seen some of my videos, how I've gotten cut off. You witnessed it on Facebook when I did live on Facebook. That was just from Facebook, though.
Right.
And, you know, I'm sure you heard me say, I'm watching monitoring my connections. My connections were all strong. There was no reason for it. I wasn't having internet issues. And it's been going on. I mean, I see it happening to on certain topics a lot. Like the cryptocurrency topic that I was watching that Whom It May Be did. It was interesting. It was something I wanted to hear, but no sooner, it seemed like when he started talking about the Ethereum and the banks that are sponsoring it, PayPal, that's when the issues started happening. They were having connection issues. But he wasn't using, I mean, I think they were using Hangouts, but I know they were using XSplit Broadcaster. But, you know, who owns YouTube? Google. Who owns Hangouts? Google. And we're all been having all kinds of issues. Like I've showed dumb videos on view counts. You know, to me, that's when I said, you know, I don't want to play the psychological game or the control game that they try to use because they're stealing my freedom when they attempt these things. If that's what we find out, we're going to find out hopefully today. like I said, people know me. Some people know me and know, well, you can create websites, you can create platforms, you can design them, create them from scratch. Yes, I used YouTube to learn all that stuff. I never went to school for it. Everything's hands-on, so, and there's 11 years, you might as well say 95 was the last time I played with the computer, and I was learning DOS. Then from 98 would have been the last time, actually. From 98 to 2009, nothing. No internet, no computer, no cell phones, none of that, no tech. All right, so the issue he's having is not related to this. Okay, so we can rule that out, but still an interesting topic because we've been experiencing that, but it's nice to know you have that technology to understand. Now you might understand why I was telling you last night when you guys were talking in computer language and terms and stuff. I was lost and clueless. Like I said, I didn't know a cell phone until 3 years ago. I've got a huge period of time where, the previous system from 09 would have been 98 that I've ever worked on. So I was a kid back then learning, so it was new to me. Much like when 2009, I got back into it, started finding my way on social sites, learning how to build a name site. It's all new. So when you guys start speaking in technical jargons, I got to research, look up. I'm learning, but I don't have that knowledge. I was removed from it for a time from what everybody's considered modern things. In a sense, I was still in an archaic, barbaric time, and pencil, paper. That's why when I chat, I'm still learning even the texting language. And I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not that old. I just was removed from that period of time. Which is a lesson in itself. It shows you what happens when those that go off the grid and don't stay up on things. Not that that wasn't my case, but it gives me an insight into what happens when you do those things, when you go off the grid and start relying on stuff like this, because it's a good scenario for prepping. We hear the doom and gloom scenarios all the time. Shit hits the fan, the grid goes down. CBs, hams, our younger generation probably don't even know what they are, especially when it comes to the ham part, or CBs, or a payphone, landlines that we could still access in a situation like that, even though everything went down. Morse code, the old typing, or, signals. We've gotten reliant. I'm not against tech. I'm all for tech. A lot of people, see, I got a lot of stuff I bring you guys is from experience, things I've learned. I base a lot of my stuff off experience, my knowledge from experience, how I experience things, how I do things. And sometimes it can come off a little weird, screwy, like, he doesn't know about this. Why is he talking about it? I only know through my experiences. At least we did figure out what the problem was. It was nothing related to Hangouts, Google, or...
No, it's a local Android device on another leg of the network.
Ah.
Yeah. It's doing a port scan. Probably of malware of some sort. Anyway, I'm already on it, helping them.
But,
maybe
you can actually see the differences between me and Chris. Chris has got a lot of that technical side that I don't have. And sometimes it's hard for me to articulate certain things with him. I find ways. I find my own ways to articulate things with. As I've shown, I can even make cottage cheese into a subject. That's not for here. Neither here nor there. And this is
Wow.
another form of triggering as well.
Two devices.
When stuff like this happens, it still goes back to the psychological warfare game. Because now when we see stuff like this happen, first thing we're thinking of, oh, we're being censored again. Therefore, we've been triggered.
Yeah, well, sometimes that happens. I'm sure of it. Doesn't mean every single time is, like in this case, I thought it was your connection or the main Hangouts connection. It turned out it was just my, basically my firewall wigging out, thinking that it was under attack.
You know, it's because I've been doing these live podcasts so much. It's becoming a battle. I mean, but we're going to stick with the psychological warfare aspect for a bit. We'll get back to this in a second because I don't want to get off topic, but I'm not off topic because it is still a form of psychological warfare. You know, because them by censoring is triggering us. Those by them bringing bots into our chat rooms to pull us off subject triggers us. Some of you. And don't get me wrong, I know that happened to me because somebody will blatantly come on here at some point and say something that's just so far off the wall and uncalled for to somebody, and they're going to see the other side of me come out. It happens. I respect it when it happens, but I try to teach people, don't let it happen. Don't let words control you. Don't let the thumb hit the like button or the dislike button. Don't let those buttons, they're nice. Allows us to build an analytics of how our people are reacting to our videos, but I've shown you they're not accurate either. Brian of iCitizen News has showed you on a video that I think it was Eric M. did when he was talking about, actually I think he was talking a little bit about cryptocurrency and a couple things, and it's impossible to get that many dislikes. But it happened. Call it a glitch, call it what you want. I mean, I'm not saying it wasn't a glitch. It could very well possibly be. I've seen some glitches on here. But I've also seen things on when we're looking at the screen, we're looking at the viewer. We're looking at the window. Okay, now above our window, anything we see above that is through our peripheral. That's where subliminal messages can be put in, slid in, sleight of hand. That's what it is. Because you're focused on what you're watching. Therefore, when you're focused on something, you become more open. And you allow things to be able to be slid in subliminally to your subconscious. YouTube does it all the time to everybody. I've seen people finally point it out. I pointed it out in the video. Usually, when they want something to advertise, they'll put it right next to the YouTube in the far left corner, like a flag or something animated. And you see it out of your peripheral. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm still alive. I thought I got booted for a second. And, you don't realize what it's doing to you. That's why, I teach you to be aware of everything. Sometimes it's hard to explain, break down in languages you'll understand, terms you'll understand. Because sometimes I can get judged for it. I don't care. Sometimes it bothers me. Sometimes it don't. Most times it doesn't. But in the truther community, in the citizen journalist community, we're now being divided. We're now kind of dog eats dog. We're turning on each other because of certain deceptions that I've allowed to come in, or certain, should we say it, provocateurs that have created channels to cause a division amongst us. Provocateur does not have to be just a part of the crowd and mob. They can be part of a live stream because we're dealing with a community still. We're all a community. Everybody on YouTube actually should be one community, no matter what they're talking about. I mean, there's stuff here you can find. You can educate yourself. Learn new skills, new trades. Learn truths. we shouldn't allow people to come in and trigger us, to divide us. We should support everyone. Even the ones we don't agree with all the time, because there's some aspects I don't agree with all the time, but I agree with a lot of their saying. I'm learning some new things, enlightening things. I'm seeing people grow before my eyes. I'm seeing myself grow. That's what the American dream was about, a future better than what our forefathers had. My next generation will be better than what I had. We have all these freedoms and liberties. You know, the Independence Day. The flag is a symbol. Yes, I use two versions of the flag in Sons and Daughters of Liberty because they are part of our history. We cannot forget our history. We cannot forget why America, why it's, you know, when we look at these flags, why it means to be, why they mean so much to us. But yet people want to take those things away. They find ways to trigger us. Well, that flag means something racial when it actually doesn't, when it's actually the other one that did. It was the first one ever flown in that hall, not the second one. But they don't, you know, it's just like left, right. All they do is change, manipulate words. I watched for the Sanctuary City thing, them arguing back and forth. I streamed it live for like 3 hours with commentary in between. I pointed out the rhetoric, the deception. But it wasn't a deception because they were actually, what they were saying was true. It violated constitutional rights because they omitted one word, or they refused to use the one word, illegal alien or illegal immigrant. They would say immigrant. Well, an immigrant has rights. It's protected by the Constitution because they're here legally. The omitting of a word or not, or lack of using it can change the rhetoric, make it mean something it doesn't mean, or something that actually means something to this group of people, but yet if you put the other word, it doesn't. And that's exactly the very same thing they're doing every day to you. Both sides do it. It's just depending on the agenda at the time. And it's our responsibility to make you aware of those things. Enlighten you. You know, stop allowing yourself to be triggered. If it triggers you, look into it, research it. Why is it triggering you? Step back, be the observer for a bit, observe yourself. Find out why it's affecting you so much. Why does that thing have control over you? That word has control over you. Go ahead, Chris?
Yeah, you got it. Especially being mindful of your own feel. What is the effect of what this thing that just triggered me? What's it doing inside of me? What action am I about to take? What I want to do? And does this somehow look like it's playing into somebody's plan or whatever the case may be? A lot of times you find people will get you pissed off just to throw you off balance. And they may not get exactly what they want, but at the very least, they're going to get you really screwed up, and somehow, some way, they're going to direct one way or the other. And it's important to feel that inside of yourself. Not guess at it, actualize it. Just feel first. Feel, what's this? Why am I what is it that comes up in me when this is triggered? What memories am I having? I know this goes a little off topic a little bit, but it's important. Because all of it always goes back to what was put in place when I was a child, and how is this person using this to their advantage? And how can I go in and delete that so I'm no longer triggered this way? And that the popular term nowadays is snowflakes. That's the thing, they're taught the opposite. How do I justify feeling this way? Not how do I fix it? How do I delete this so that I can't be triggered this way? So that I'm actually happy on my own. I'm able to create my own feelings instead of having to depend on my outside environment to make me feel stuff. If people would do that, almost none of this would work. I mean, just to teach people that if there's only one thing we could teach people is just to be mindful of what's going on inside of their own self in these moments and how to use that as information to fix that. Not use it as how can I use this to justify it? How can I use this to tell me you're the bad guy? Okay, maybe. If I'm wanting to be an asshole to somebody and I'm intentionally triggering them just for grins or, well, yeah, of course I'm in the wrong. But it's their responsibility to make sure they can't get triggered. What people are being taught is trigger you. Get as triggered as possible. And you can use any word you want. It can be trigger, it can be manipulated, whatever. Amount to the same thing. And yeah, I think you're onto something there. That really, for people to be mindful of their own behaviors and their own feelings in these moments is absolutely vital. I look at it as the survival of our species depends on it. When I was talking about in an earlier video, our long 8-hour one, we're talking about people being just monkeys. Anyway, racial, I'm sure somebody's going to take it that way, and more power to them. I'll be more than happy to confront them on that one. They're, instead of learning to be more human and take an active part of controlling how they feel and choosing what emotions they express, they're going backwards. They're learning to be more like monkeys, more, I feel this, so I'm going to act on it. And the only thing I'm going to use my intelligence for is to justify what I'm doing. I'm not going to use it to learn and grow and be firm in these situations and be solid and stable so I can even help other people not be so easily triggered and offended and, just upset in general. So, yeah, I really think you're onto something there.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, that's how some people taught me things about myself. They'd find the things that they know they could trigger me that would provoke an action, a reaction. Then they'd point it out later to show me. It's like, hey, I did this because of this. You might want to go back and re-examine some of your thinkings, find out why it triggered you. Because, Chris, I know you've watched me do it on a certain person's podcast that's not related to anybody in this community here or on this community on YouTube. I went into his chat room. I was listening to what they said. I ended up taking over his chat room, pointing out things, enlightening people to things to where the viewers were more interested in what I was saying. Did I do that on purpose? Damn right I did.
Well, yeah, sometimes you got to.
I mean, I've been respectful here on YouTube about it because I'm not trying to.
I kind of look at it this way. If somebody's spouting a bunch of bullshit or outright lies, more power to you. Come in, hijack them. Hijack their thread, whatever. I used to be a lot more lenient about that, respectful, but I see the damage the bullshit's doing.
Yeah, it's causing the division.
Even my own bullshit. I don't accept myself from any of this. If I'm full of it, somebody needs to step up and set me straight. But they better be correct. They're going to have a fight on their hands. And it can get ugly at times. And sometimes I'm dead wrong. Sometimes I'm dead wrong and just stubborn about it.
Sometimes it's just our egos.
Yeah. But a lot of times. What's that?
Megalomania.
Ah, yes.
That's actually the proper term for it.
Yeah. Probably been guilty of that one. Actually, I know I have. Or at least close to it.
And it takes people, to come by and kind of knock you down a few pedestals. Why? That's important.
I'm grateful to them.
Yeah, because we learn. Oh, we can become more
respectful. Not in the moment. Yeah, in the moment, I'm usually all bent out of shape over it. But after a while, I think about it and I realize, I was kind of this or kind of that or coming off this way or just straight up dead wrong. Or maybe even I was trying to manipulate somebody. I catch myself doing that at times.
Yeah, I mean,
and somebody will set me straight. Somebody will set me straight. And what else can I do but be grateful, learn from it, and move on, and hopefully not do it anymore.
Right. Just like now we got people that are triggered by one of these two flags. You should never be triggered by either one of them,
Right.
especially the Stars and Stripes, because, and we got colleges that are trying to remove the American flag from the colleges because people find it saying, oh, it makes me feel, it's oppressive, and any other term they want to use. No, it's patriotic. It's a symbol of this country. And I can get very heated on that very subject. It's like, I don't like people that burn the American flag. But the Supreme Court has ruled that it's part of expression. It's part protected under the First Amendment. Therefore, I respect it. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I'm not going to get violent about it like some people do, but I'm going to use history and point it out. This is why people respect this. You know, some people get triggered and offended by when people turn the flag upside down. It has a meaning when it's upside down. So you need to understand. Sometimes that's why I like using history to back up some of the things I say. Find ways to show how it's happened in history. But my dad will tell here and tell you, and I know a bunch of other people will tell you, Rob will tell me, what is history? His story. Namely, now I'm having the issues with connection. Mainly, the conquered. The conquered no longer have the voice. Their history will slowly be eradicated. That's why a lot of forms of history, a lot of forms of knowledge, education was passed down from father to son, mother to daughter, from generation to generation in history. So, you know, a lot of times we use that unwritten history that's been passed down, and people will say, you're lying. That never happened because it's not written in history. That goes back to being judgmental. That goes back to we're judging somebody based on something that we don't know where that knowledge comes from. You know, sometimes maybe we should tell you that's where this knowledge is coming from. But that's the way it used to be. There used to be a time where they wouldn't write certain things down. They'd pass it on from family to family.
Right. And you've got this weird belief that if it is written, it must be true.
Yeah, they do. But people are taught that way too. I mean,
yeah.
We can use our this very day. Most of the stuff that we believe, our older generation believes, that this day represents, means, and some of the very few of the young that actually know it because their ancestors have passed it down to them. They believe only what they've been taught in schools because that's the history books. That's the history lesson.
And have you noticed an interesting kind of defiance in people where this just came to mind? You know, if on one side you've got people that they believe if it's written, it must be true. A lot of people, it seems, automatically reject anything that's written. If it is written, it must be a lie. And they blind themselves to the truth just the same.
True.
They just, you know, wave their hand and dismiss everything that's written, or they wave their hand and accept everything that's written.
I know a few people.
Which makes me wonder what the hell these people do with contradictory things that are written. How do you reconcile two completely opposite stories about the same thing if you believe that if it's written, it's true? And then I look at them and I see this inner conflict over that. So even that creates division.
Yeah, and that's been the name of the game. It's about dividing. It's the oldest tactic in the book. We find ways to divide people. Why? When they become divided, they get distracted. They're no longer able to see the patterns or see what's going on. They get bombarded. Sensory overload is another classical tool. And nowadays, even more so because most people don't understand. They do. I mean, the flag, it's a symbol. It's an image. It has meaning. We've put meaning into it. We've created something around it, a belief, an ideology, patriotism, and many, many words can describe our American flag. It is a symbol. Same things with images that we are bombarded with. Advertisers use it all the time. Hashtag, anything hashtag is an image. It's a creation. But most people don't know what the subliminal part's being tossed into there. And that's due to certain ideologies and beliefs. You know, people can't see past that, don't want to see past that. It's taboo. It goes against what they've been taught. It's just another form of control. Media allows me to control and dictate certain things, create certain movements just through an image. They don't break the image down and see what it's for. What you remember, I did one, and there's a common image going around, the American Eagle going after drones.
Oh yeah, yeah. That had a lot of different. That had a lot. I think we analyzed a lot of ways it could trigger people.
Right, and I pointed out what people wasn't seeing: the tether on the ankle of the, or the tap of the, ankle, leg, whatever, of the bird.
That's the subtle pattern you spotted.
Yep. Then the fact that it was attacking drones, because we've seen what drones have been able to do. It's capturing that stuff. People are using them to bring news, record stuff. So now they want to use it. And basically that image, you guys missed the complete point of it. It was the destruction of freedom of speech, freedom to be a citizen journalist. It was used as an attack ad, but everybody missed the subtleties, the stuff that was added to the image. Imagery is important because we view images. Images have a language of their own. Most people don't realize that. Just like computer code is a language. Yes, it's basically numbers, letters. It doesn't make no sense. But out of that process, we create something. We create this Hangouts. We create this platform like YouTube. I guess that's why I got drawn into the website side of it. No, my knowledge isn't. That's why I can find common ground with Chris. I can articulate other knowledges with it that I see the process that I understand, and he can break it down into things that I can understand when I bounce my theories and ideas off him, which I do frequently. And he does the same thing to me. He bounces his ideas and theories off me. And we find that common ground. That's what we need to find. We need to find common ground with everybody, not a judgmental ground. You know, because some of us have some of the missing pieces that you guys are looking for, or that you think you've got, but you got only a part of it. You're missing still some more parts of it. And that's because how we've been taught.
Indeed. And if you notice, the missing pieces are always over on the other side.
Yeah.
Knowing damn well people are going to fight, and they're going to keep those keys from each other without even realizing it.
Right. I mean, that's what
you divide it. You put a key on one side, a key on the other, and you just guaranteed, as long as those people keep fighting with each other, nobody's going to know what's up.
Nobody will see the truth. I mean, just
and
like
if they don't come together the right way, they still may not find the key. So that I've noticed that too. They may come together, but if they come together, like the classic example, be coming together against the wrong cause. That cause was set up for them so they could unite in a way that still keeps them divided, if that makes any sense at all.
It makes good sense.
It's like manufactured or manufactured opposition or controlled opposition, whatever it is, where you create your own enemy. Launch attacks against yourself just so that the people that would ordinarily come together in an effective way, they see somebody attacking you, they side with them, not even realizing you set them up. You created that attack against yourself.
I mean, I agree. Because, I mean, I hate to go back to this, but let's use Islam for an example. History has shown us many lessons dealing with that group. But history has also showed what's happened within that group. Most people don't know because they committed genocide on their own kind, that they have eliminated a mystical sect. Most people don't know because we see them attacking just random things. And that's the part that's bothered me with this ISIS and stuff. They're not going after the people that went after them in the first place. History showed us who's done that. History showed us they went after a lot of people, just not them. But I also know the history of Islam. They were a nomadic, more nomadic, barbaric, archaic. They believed in taking land, much as the Roman Empire did. I mean, we see it throughout empires. As they grew, they started wanting more land. And from that point, they took over places. They almost brought Rome to its knees. And we had the Crusades. And we pushed them all the way back, almost to the brink of annihilation. Then we can go back further in history. We'll get away from them for a while. The Nazis. They started what they started out. They started burning, changing history, burning books. Just another form. They wanted to control. I mean, we've gotten, thankfully, for the most part, we've kind of gotten away from that, but no, we haven't. There's the deception again. We're still repeating that history over. We just, and different names, different ways of doing it.
Yeah,
we create
a lot of it's EU,
NATO.
A lot of it's automatic. It does its own thing. People don't even have to push it. Nobody has to have a plan on how to divide or how to get people to go a certain direction. That's I almost want to bring memetics, the study of memes, the real memes, not people's common conception of internet memes.
Right.
But memes, I'll just touch on this, they're like genes, and they do replicate and they mate, they produce offspring, hybrids, and they very much behave like they're alive. And we got to be careful because there's something that acts like, I'm not going to get into anything strange. I'm not talking about entities or anything at all like that. I mean, just regular, ordinary thoughts. But there are a lot of thoughts that combine over the ages, and they really do behave like they're alive. They keep themselves alive. And that's why certain things, if people want to go and just kill everybody that has a belief, for example, well, even if they killed everybody and deleted all of the writings and tracked every last trace down, somebody, some way, would revive it. Not because it's a person doing it. There comes a point when ideas take on lives of their own. And we got to be careful of that because these ideas, especially if we keep, some of them are certainly capitalized on by people in power. But I'm willing to bet a lot of those people in power. Okay. I'm willing to bet a lot of those people in power are themselves these ideas, ideologies. Being one example, in memetics is an ideology, a structure. They can behave like an organism, but they're not really, I guess you could say they're not big enough to be called a complete ideology. Viruses of thought that run around and they infect, sometimes they'll hijack other ideas. We see it through changing word associations. The term gay the other day. It used to be a term for being happy, joyful. Homosexual, it means you're homosexual. When you pile on top of that the negative associations with homosexuality, turn this word into something that just mentioning it would cause a person to feel happy. Now it brings up a whole set of imagery to take one or the other side on an argument, a debate, a line of division, or they just get this negative view of, well, gay means homosexual, and now I feel bad that somebody said I'm gay. Well, I'm not happy. Yeah. Anyway, my point is, it turns something positive into a negative. It means that it may take centuries before that word could ever be used in a positive way again. Now that's a, kind of an innocent word, and very few people even use that word the old way anymore. But it's one of the most obvious ones. And it's a way how language changes itself. And what I've noticed, a lot of that has to do with people's lower level desires and things that it causes them, their drives and desires, like sex drive and stuff like that. It causes them on their own. And you don't even need any kind of a control structure or, any elite pushing these buttons for a trigger. That means in language and in our ideas that's spread across different languages. Yeah, I'll use the word enemy. It means we have another enemy, but it's an enemy without any kind of a physical body whatsoever. It's an enemy that can never be killed outright the way we're used to doing that. The only thing that could get rid of that enemy is for people to back off of their fears, to be less fear-based. And dare I say it, to be more love-based. That right there would help people just not form such negative. They wouldn't have that drive that tells them I'm supposed to hate everybody that's different from me. And this word allows me to extend this hatred. So, yeah, I think we've got another enemy on our hands right there. And it's not one that you can see. It's not one you can point a finger at. You can't shoot at it. You can't drop bombs on it. And the only cure for it is individual personal growth. It's almost impossible to teach because these what we call memes will infect anything you try to teach a person. The person you're trying to teach, if they're stuck in that mindset, unless you use the same dirty tricks that we blame others for using, you're not going to get under their armor. And then you got a real ethical debate on your hands. Is it okay for me to use these tools that shoot right past a person's conscious mind directly into their subconscious? Do I have a right to actually push their buttons directly in a way that they don't even have the ability to control what I'm doing to them? Do I have that right? Is it my responsibility to correct the damage that I see? And do I step over that line? And questions like this, and that's why I want to bring it back to, I think we have another enemy, and I don't see it being discussed very much. I usually see this enemy being attacked through the people that carry the infection, I guess you could say. But this enemy is very conscious. I'll have to say I believe that. I hate to admit a belief, but I do have that belief. I can only say it's a belief and an assertion. I can't prove it. But I really sincerely believe that is a conscious thing that floats around that's really controlling a lot of people, including the people that we call our enemies. And so I'm kind of back to that. How can we find a win-win? How can we find a way, common ground, even amongst the people that would slaughter us? Not to give in to them, obviously. That would be ridiculous. Not even to actually to get more strongly, not against them, but standing for what we know. And then eventually to get past what I just did and look at them as them and we, them and us. To realize, okay, maybe they want to kill us, but they're still part of the species. We're all in this together. We're trapped on this. Maybe we can get off on other planets and do our own different things that way. But for right now, we're on this rock together. We better at least learn how not to slaughter each other. So yeah, that seemed to be an important thing to bring up. I don't see very many people talking about that. So, yeah, that's the end of that spiel. Wow. Yeah, it's just everything pushes these lines of division, and sometimes it's good. If there's a group of people out there doing something horrible to other people, of course people are going to want to divide off from that and deal with it. In a lot of ways that could be worded, but that's it in a nutshell, is they need to divide off and deal with it. Sometimes even violently. That happens. That can be appropriate at times. But it shouldn't be the first solution. The first solution should always be, first and foremost, we're humans. Members of the same species. Let's keep that in mind and approach it with that core intact. And then see what we get. Okay, these bastards want to murder us, so maybe we need to get rid of them first. Okay, that can happen. That's okay. But maybe we see it as, well, these aren't bastards trying to murder us. These are people with a misconception of something. These people believe in something that tells them that it may even tell them we're trying to kill them, and we're not. Or maybe we are and don't even realize it. So it's really complex. And I'm a fan of simplicity myself, but sometimes it doesn't work to be that simple. I mean, simple-minded is being too simple is what tells us if it's different, annihilate it. Being too complex will get you in the same mindset too. So there's a balance there. We need to understand some things are really, truly complex in the real world, and we need to deal with them in a complex way. We need to look at and understand all of these different factors, not dismiss them just because we prefer to see it a certain way. We prefer it to be, well, it's just them. They're the problem. We need to get rid of them. We've been doing that for what, 8,000, 10,000 years, if not more. I think it would have worked by now. There's some food for thought there, I think. And we're having connection problems again. I don't have anything else to say. I'm not much for filling gaps here. So I'm just going to go ahead and pause mute my mic for a minute, see if we can sort this out. Bear with us for a few minutes, folks, if anybody's watching.
All right, am I back live? Kind of.
Hey, there we go. Drew's back to save the day.
I get it.
I'm terrible at filling voids.
Yeah, I just had everything freeze up.
Wow, that sucks.
Looks like everything's back working now normally.
Yeah, it kept
You brought up
booting
some
me
good
out
points.
earlier.
Yeah, because it even booted me out. I had to reconnect. That's some of the issues that we've had sometimes. Like I said, this one was on my end though. I made the mistake and went to check an email. But, you know, you also brought up a good point. Removing the and I from the equations as well.
Oh, yeah. And another one is introducing and. What I would propose is, just as a thought experiment, a way to get people in a different way of thinking is, whenever we look at something as, it's either this or this. I'm Democrat or I'm Republican. What if a person were to go ahead, word replacement, just replace or with and. I am Democrat and Republican. I am good and evil. How can a person even make that statement in their mind without recognizing both sides inside their self? Without getting real deep in the psychology of it, we all do pretty much. If we disagree with something, the more strongly we disagree, chances are inside of us is some hidden aspect of that we haven't embraced. We haven't learned to come to cut terms with it. Not in all cases, but in most. And so I think that simple replacement in these lines of division, replace it with an and. Remember, and is a logical operator. It's not a word. Function of the universe. The universe ands particles together and gets atoms, and ands atoms together to get molecules. It also works with our thoughts. And when you and things, you unite them, you bring them together. When you take two polar opposites, like hot and cold, if I put hot and cold together, I mean, as for the principle, eventually I'm going to realize there's no such thing as cold. There are only degrees of heat. And it can really make a lot of these polar opposites just either disappear or reform in a person's mind. And likewise, removing, like you were saying, remove the and I from the and I or and me. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that can have some value. That can definitely.
Well, I mean, since you look at it, it's just another form of psychological warfare. It's another way how people allow them to. It's a subliminal game that they don't realize they're actually, in a sense, triggering themselves when they start viewing things in such things. Now, my grandfather taught me to view the world, step outside of it, like everything had a message. Because if you couldn't observe and watch that beggar or homeless guy that was walking by, or that perfect stranger that was walking by, just all of a sudden start talking to himself, maybe that was a message for you. You know, Christians used to say that might be an angel speaking to you.
Yeah. The Christians say it. I'm sure the other religions say it. Carl Jung even made a whole big thing out of it. You know, every once in a while, someone blurts something out at random in a conversation right next to it, I think was the example he gave, and it turned out to be just exactly what the person needed to hear. Did that come as a, you know, was there purpose to that? Was it truly random? Is it the person's mind desperately seeking that knowledge and that pattern and just happened to hear a word that it was able to latch onto and pretend like it had meaning? I would say it doesn't matter. No matter what the source, if it's useful, put it to use.
Right. And a lot of times is, you know, the old saying, the truth hurts, or you can't handle the truth, as it was so the one time in history that it was just a supporting role, stole the show, stole the whole movie, just because, for one word, Jack Nicklaus is forever etched in history of taking a show that really didn't have nothing to do with him, as he was a supporting role, and became the lead of the role just by saying, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth. Inside us, that, you know, sometimes you'll hear me say, listen to yourself, listen to what you're saying. If it triggers you, listen. Why is it triggering you? Is there some truth that it's trying, that, you know, what we call it so many different things, Holy Spirit, that inner voice, higher power, angel, whatever. We call it so many things, but it's that thing, it's saying, hey, something here, look, there's a message here. We've forgotten how to do that. And you do that by learning to step away.
Yeah, and who cares if the message comes from your own inner world or the outer world? Hung up on it's real or
the technical
it's not.
terms now for that: bipolar, autism, which there are forms of that, schizophrenia.
Right. In some countries, the shamans have been working with schizophrenics for millennia. And their schizophrenics live functional lives, unlike ours. They learn to, it may not be true what they're doing. It may not be actually, you know, in the measurable physical universe. But at least they're able to cope. They're able to use this information somehow and filter out the useless junk. We don't teach them to filter out the useless junk. We teach them to filter everything out.
Right.
And wonder why they get worse. Wonder why they get confused. Whereas in these other places where they work with them, they teach them tools. And maybe that's the key. People don't want to put effort in anything. They just want to take a pill and make it go away. rather than recognize this is not going to go away. And it just might give me a unique perspective on things that I can share with others.
Speaking of pills, let me discuss just a little bit about pills. Pills can be a form of control. Yes, there's some medical pills that are, for certain conditions that do it, but sometimes what they do, they dull your mind, they dull your senses. Therefore, you're not being able to receive the information that's coming to you. It works so you can receive. I mean, I'm not saying that every form of medication is wrong, but I'm also saying that there's more natural processes, stuff that don't mess with the mind, block the mind, block the betas.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You
And I think the view that if it is, I think that's another example of our tendency to look at anything that's different. If it's outside of the norms, it must obviously be wrong. We need to correct it. Why don't we just look at it more simply than that and say, can we use this? Can it be put to use? I don't mean to control people. That's not what I mean. I mean each individual can say, can I use this somehow? Okay, maybe I'm a little bit crazy, but does that kind of crazy give me something I can use? And I think we'll find ourselves giving a lot less pills out to people.
Right.
You know, with antidepressants, I took them for about a year, and I decided to deal with my problems the hard way. I decided to get in there and discipline myself where I had been lazy, and it helped. It did stuff the pills couldn't do. But the antidepressants, oh man, they make it really hard to focus, really hard to think, and I suspect they cause permanent damage.
I do too. I've actually witnessed it and seen it in some cases, but then I've seen it the other side of the coin. It goes back to a little bit more tech your side, or a little bit more future tech, playing with the DNA. I mean, I see the huge drawbacks that I see a control for me, because those tools are in people's hands who don't have the good, or the what's the word I'm looking for? Phrase. How am I trying to phrase this appropriate, right? They don't have our best intentions. They only have their agenda. They aren't looking at our agenda. I mean, yes, miracle wonders could happen through these things when they're not in the wrong hands. Just like I want to state something. When I use it, Chris has used it. I haven't said it yet this time. I'm going to say it now. Snowflake. Technically, there's two sides of the coin. If I'm going to use it, I know how to properly use the term. And I call somebody a snowflake, I'm doing it because I'm wanting a reaction. But at the same time, when we keep using it, much like we keep hearing the word civil war keep being used, I hate it. Because I know the power of that. The more people start talking about it, yes, it can prevent it, but more likelihood and more probability is it's going to cause it to occur, because we've forgotten how to question. Why is this being said? How can we avoid it? We've skipped the avoidance part, because we're so distracted with other things. We forget to go back to how do we avoid this and keep it from happening again. Then we got people like Alex Jones, fear porn king, puts it on almost every broadcast he's doing right now. Some form of civil war in America. Man, screw you. Quit using fear porn to trigger people. Yep. And yes, that's me being triggered, because I want solutions. I don't want to be part of the problem. And all he's doing is feeding into the problem. He's not coming and giving you a solution.
I wouldn't say you're necessarily triggered there. I would call that a response, not a reaction. I guess that's one we haven't touched on, is that being triggered is reacting. Like one of those bump and go cars from when you're a kid, you know? It goes in a random direction until it runs into something, then it just goes in another random direction. Making anything resembling a choice.
In a sense, breaking the laws of physics. Oops, never mind. We'll stay away from that subject. Sorry, guys. But you can break some laws. And knowing how to do that much like the bumper cars, gives you a form of control over people until you teach them how to do that. You know, just like when I call somebody a snowflake, I'm doing it intentionally. I want them to react. Because when they react, I'm not trying to control them. I'm trying to show them why. Why'd that word make you react? But sometimes we also have to realize when we use that word, we can become part of the problem and not the solution. If we're not doing it, if we're just doing it to generally classify a people, we're the problem. Because we can't reach them when we do that. We have to, you know, and that's what makes psychological warfare such a dangerous game. So dangerous because in the wrong hands, it can turn people against people, families against families, make people believe in wrong ideologies.
Yep.
You know, it goes back to, it has nothing to do with this podcast, but it goes, or this channel, it goes back to what it says. Some of our tools are being used against us. They're in the wrong hands. We need to take them back. We need to educate. Like today is a perfect day to educate them on our families, our younger kids of, you know, what it means, what Independence Day means, what 1776 means. And it has actually more meaning than that. People don't recognize. You know, I love watching Casey. For those who don't know who Casey is, to Enter the Stars. And Dabu talk about things. Sometimes I don't agree, but I see they're there. They got it. They're just missing the other coin, the other shoe, the other part of the equation. Remember, there's always two parts of an equation, sometimes multiple parts of the equation. In our case, we're dealing with multiple things. We're dealing with a fractal pattern. Everything's been fractured. I can take it back to the biblical sense for those. Most of you would be more inclined to hear that. The fall of Babel. They created a tower to reach God. And he brought it down, separating the nation, separating language, culture. We weren't ready for that. Man, it can be broken down even further. As I pointed out in earlier discussion, the broken snake.
The confounded languages.
Yes,
That story.
The separation of language, the separation of people, the division. No, we're not going there. It's for another channel.
Yeah. I've had to avoid saying a few things that just would be totally out of context here. Well,
But
not
it shouldn't be. That's my point.
The language, that language would drive people away. It wouldn't help them understand any of this.
Right. As I'm learning.
Same here. Very difficult lesson for me. I like to throw it all in the same bushel. And it just doesn't work.
Because I came from a community that I had helped create. It was two separate communities, believe it or not. It ended up combining. We had a place for everyone, of every belief, every walk of life. We offered it. We created a magazine. Yeah, the magazine was huge. And I don't mean huge well, it is huge now, but it's no longer being written. It's now podcasts, live streams. We've upgraded with technology, being able to reach more people. We learned our lessons from the magazines, but what we didn't learn while doing the magazine, because we already had a base community that was made up of everyone. Everybody could find something in our magazines that related to them, and they just skipped to that part. They wouldn't go to the parts that didn't relate to them. Sometimes we forget about that. Or some of them actually read it, and they'd come and ask questions. And it was fun. We were interacting. We were learning. And I got away from the social network because it got too expensive. Censorship. Censorship is not what you guys are going through here on YouTube. It started on other platforms. It was a social experiment, much like I think Bitcoin's been a social experiment. Bitcoin's not going to be the coin that survives. It's going to be probably Ethereum, backed by the banks, which we don't want. I'd rather see Bitcoin survive. I'd rather see Bitcoin become, but I don't want to sell that either because it is created by somebody that's anonymous. We don't know what it's backed. We don't know if it's just intellectual property. But I like the idea of it. I like Chris's breakdown of it that he did on one of our 8-hour streams, which is probably going to be that. And maybe longer. I might start another one. Who knows? More people that get involved. Guys, this is for you. This is our day to discuss these things. Everything. Doesn't matter the topic. As long as it's about gaining knowledge, freedom, liberty. What Independence Day really stands for. Becoming free. Free thinkers.
Yeah.
Finding the solutions to the problems that we got going on right now. Instead of saying, okay, you're the problem because you're talking about these things. Why am I the problem?
Yeah.
What triggered you to say I'm the problem?
Right.
Or
at some point, I'd like to treat a topic, but I don't know if it would be appropriate for this one because I don't know. I don't even really want to broach the topic on this. Our founding fathers,
because that's
to use that catch-all term, there's a lot of people involved with that there's really no record of.
Right.
That anybody would recognize. But what they were creating, I very rarely ever, people focus on the specific, this one single nation perspective of it. They go, this, and only this. When was the last time you met a person that understood how this nation fits in with world history? How it's a progression of continuous explorations of new ways to manage our affairs, a social experiment, if you will. A restructuring of a form of a republic that brought in some of the Native American wisdom. A huge part of how our nation is structured came from the Native Americans. When was the last time you saw a person who even questioned that? Who even looked and said, wait a minute, what was the deal with that? What were they doing? What were they building? What is the goal? These people obviously thought in what I call deep time. They look past their own lifespans. They look maybe 1,000 years into the future and 1,000 into the past, at least. What were they building? And how can we either, if it's evil, maybe we need to destroy it. But I don't see it as such. What I see is of the social, I'll let my patriotism show here. I do think that it is the greatest experiment ever attempted. However, whoever, for whatever reason, it is an incredibly powerful experiment. Very successful. We learned a lot. Now, some of it we need to let go of, I think. I think that if people try to hang on to, well, this is America and it's great and we need to keep it exactly as it was, is no different than they wrote this about our God way back and you don't believe it, so we're going to kill you. Yeah. You got to be careful. Patriotism becomes no different than religion very quickly.
Right.
But these people built something, and these same people are the ones that, I'm going to pick on Christians for a minute. More than anybody else, the Christians are going after the very same, they're doing it in the form of conspiracy theories, but they're going after the same type of people that ran the experiment, that on one hand they're attacking, on the other hand, they're rabidly defending. They're defending their nation that was created by people that they're wanting to go attack. And I see this as just a severe, speaking of mental illness, a severe schizophrenic kind of a thing that these people don't recognize, that the people they're lumping into conspiracy theories, some of those people are the people that built what they're standing up for. And how do you get them to see that without it becoming a thing about secret societies and orders? Well, I'll be kind of harsh. Fuck all that. No, it's about what were they building? Is it good? Is it not good? Can we support what they were building? Not can we support the flag? The flag stands for what they were building. That's fine. Support what they're building through the flag. Recognize the flag as a symbol of that. Why is that? Why are those colors the way they are? Why is it arranged the way it is? taught in schools, and well, not anymore, I guess, but there's meanings were taught. There's other meanings. You can actually figure them out yourself. You can, I would challenge a person to do something really simple. Just stare at the damn thing and see what it makes you feel. And look at that.
There's meanings in why we have the bars on it.
Yes.
Or the stripes,
yes.
you want to call them. The image of Sons of Liberty, which is the very image you see here. So I've got Sons and Daughters of Liberty. The bars have a meaning. It's a language. It's a code.
Yeah. There's
Much
a number,
like
there's colors, there's a, well, where do we get the other people have used those same color combinations? How does that tie in? How does this show the allegiances between, if you use from a flag, and like you see all the different flags out there with either eagles, various predator, birds of prey, with the wings outspread, you see the trident. Heraldry anymore. Do they understand that some of these are family links? Some of them are
family crest.
Some of them go back deeper. Some of them what they actually stand for, but you can see there's this bunch of people that use that, this bunch use that, but they're both part of the same thing. And I think people would find that the whole is it friend or enemy thing and what was created with this nation. There's something that we are supposed to be doing beyond just being vigilant. There's something that there was. Benjamin Franklin told it to a lady when he came out, and she said, "What have you given us, sir?" "Given you a republic if you can keep it, ma'am." And all throughout their material, they talk about different ways that it could have been modified, that they did the best they could and made some compromises. Well, how can we, instead of holding on to that and preserving those compromises, how can we get ourselves in a position where they're no longer compromises? How can we solve the problems they couldn't by using the tools they gave us and then adding our own on top of it? Everybody wants to go out and just destroy it or blindly destroy it or blindly preserve it. You don't grow that way.
Well, it's interesting you talk about the flag. Let's look at our stars and stripes, our Confederate flag, the Union Jack, Austria's flag, Russia's flag, Australia's flag. See where I'm going with this? Look at the flags. Look at how they similarly represent each other. We have the red, white, and blue, the Union Jack still, and another version of the Confederate flag.
And know your eagles and how they tie in with those flags.
Right. Oh, wow. I've even missed this. Through all the knowledge wisdom and knowledge I have, I've missed this very symbol that's in front of our face. Of families. They used to be the knights. Wow, I got to thank a certain person later when we're done here. He brought it up, and I missed it. The knights, they would fly their crests, their family crests, or who they were allegiance to, sovereign to. That's where the flag's depiction started to really show its meaning. And it went back farther than that. Many of our flags, we can see semblance of each other's flags, just like we see resemblance of that's it. That is cool. I mean, knows what I'm talking about. And thank you. You pointed it out yesterday. I've missed that. I missed the connection to the family crests. I talk about things like that all the time, but I've missed the connection, the symbology of it, the language that's inside it. Maybe we need to go back to simpler times. Remember what simpler things. We've made things too complex. I think can deal in complexity. Simplicity kills me. You give me something simple, and I'm going to be on it for days, if not months. You give me something complex, I can take it apart and break it down. Go ahead.
Oh, I just accidentally unpaused it, or unmuted my mic. But yeah, back to the simplicity. Even though I just had a long spiel about complexity and not making things too simple, the key is to get to simplicity. You get to simplicity, then you build up the complex out of it. In simpler times, people would have just looked at it and read these signs and symbols and stuff, and they would have understood it.
Right. I mean, nobody's ever asked, why did we keep the colors of the Union Jack? We was at war with the British. Nobody's asked that question.
Yeah, and why did we keep most of their common law? Well, for one thing, I'd say because
Why
it was
good. Why was the Nazi symbol red, white, and black? We see red there. We see white there. What does those colors mean? What do they mean throughout history?
Well, as we're all taught on our flag, they're blood and valor, I believe. Or wow, that's embarrassing. I can't quote that directly. Can you?
Nope.
Wow. Oh man, I just lost some credibility there.
I mean, I remember being taught about it. I remember being taught exactly what the bars meant, the colors meant. Why? Well, we know what the stars meant. Yeah. Those are the representing of the states. They've always been that way. But why do we keep the colors of Britain? No one's asked that question. You know, just like people forget. I talked about it, about us coming over from Europe. People also forget that one reason. Why did we come here from Europe? It was to flee the persecution of the king and queen and church.
Well, where did the British get their color scheme? Their red and white, especially.
Right. And theirs originated from the monarchy.
Yeah, I would wonder if that has anything to do with the red and the white roses.
Oh, we want to get the War of the Roses. History.
Yeah. I don't know. I would love to have somebody that knows more than me come in and at some point and say something about it. It's just what came to mind.
See, we've seen this. We've seen, hey, we're missing something. Now we got to look for others out there that talk about these things, decipher these things to teach us. What are we missing? See, we got to rely on each other as a community, one community, not separate, not divided. No matter, we talk about different issues, get into different things. One issue, one meaning, one community, to re-enlighten ourselves. Why is these things in place? Once we start understanding why these things are in place, we start understanding the structure. And I know some people have talked about it. They talk about, and even in our government, we still see, what is it called? The stalks, the bamboo, the eagle, and so I can't remember the technical name of them, that we've seen in the Roman Empire. We learn from history. So we take things, here's the key, guys. We take things that other cultures have done, we integrate them. In a sense, it is a social experiment. It's a society. Okay, this didn't work. We've seen why it didn't work. Mainly, it's always the same thing. Greed. Greed, pride, dictatorships, egos. It crushes it's been the downfall of every great nation or great concept because we forget how to talk about things.
Speaking of which, just a brief mention, something I've been on to for a while. I'm curious to see how correct I am about it. Just look at Rome and how much they focused on entertainment and what that meant. The more they focused on the entertainment, the more they spent on it and everything, the worse they were doing. It was to keep people distracted.
Right.
What's happening with us and our entertainment?
It actually is where the term came from, the crowd, the mob, how to control. You control the crowd, you control the mob. You can incite the crowd to become the mob, or you can turn the mob into back into the crowd. They learned that. They know how to use it. And they used it. And we've used it as a form of distraction. I've heard Brian talk about it. Dabu talk about it. A bunch of people talk about it. I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole and try to pick out all the subliminal messages and stuff, because it's just it's not the solution. It's the problem. It causes more division. Yes, it's a tool. Something has been used against us. We are aware of this. We're all aware of this. I'm going to rephrase. Not all of us are aware of this. Sorry. My bad. I keep forgetting the times we live in. But we call things conspiracy theories. We call myths, legends, lore. I can go on and on. I mean, shit, you want to know how to do tags on YouTube? Grab a thesaurus. That's how I learned how to do tags. Things that, find the word you want to use, find all the things that relate to it, that are similar to it, that have a meaning, the same meaning, and you build your tags.
Bingo. Relationships. That one word. Very important.
But I have to rely on other knowledges, other wisdoms, other things I've allowed myself to experience, see. Sometimes you have to experience before you understand, before it comes back and slaps you across the face when reality hits. Is like, oh. And sometimes you learn, oh shit, that's hot. That's not meant to be touched. The best parable in the Bible ever that most people, they'll argue up and down because of the dogma. Dogma is the problem. Jesus said, to understand things, I probably should just get it out and quote it right straight from it, but we need to see through a child's eyes. Why? I've touched on this a couple videos ago. Because when we are seeing through a child's eyes, we don't know right or wrong. We don't know, ouch, that's hot, or ooh, that's cold. Which, ooh, certain degrees of cold can burn too. We don't know these things. We haven't experienced them. At those very stages, we see things as clear. Then I learned something I didn't know, which I'm shocked I didn't know, about being inside the womb. The fluid gives us amnesia. Man, I kind of pride myself a little bit on the science side. I mean, I love science. I love those things. To this day, I still love them. But I also understand it beyond science now. I understand other things. How it's been just a new name given to hide it and make it appropriate for society of that time. Eventually, we're probably going to call science something completely else. Several generations down the road, when we're no longer here, it'll be called something else to keep it appeased, keep it so it looks like it's being used. But we forget a lot of history teaches us lessons. But we also have to remember, it's also his story. It's the conquerors. We've got to find the other voice, the missing link, the missing key, the key, as we speak, to open those doors, open that knowledge, to realize there's more than one version of the story, no matter what it is. Sometimes we're taught not to go down that road. It's evil because it goes against what we're taught. But we don't question. We've forgotten how to question. That's why I always refer to the book of common sense. We forget common sense. But what good is common sense if you haven't had the experience? Yes, I'm talking in riddles. I see that already. So maybe I should turn the platform back over to Chris for a second while I reprocess these things.
No, riddles are fine. If they're understandable. I'm going to be careful. I get into riddles big time.
And I hate riddles. Actually, I do. Because riddles are simple. That's the truth of it. The simplest thing is a riddle, because the answer is usually the most simplest thing that you don't think of. Like I've stated, what you want to hide something? Where do you hide it? The best place to hide something is right in front of you in plain sight. You'll overlook it every time.
You can really get away with some stuff that way too. You can put stuff out there people don't want you to put out as long as you're cryptic about it.
Right. You know,
It's kind of a weird thing, but
it is,
it
because
works.
I could ask you for a lighter so I can light my pipe right now. I say, just say something that's off topic that'll throw you, and right in front of you, I can take your lighter and slide it, put it in my front pocket right in front of you, and you didn't catch it because I threw something in there that threw you off and took your focus off me just for a split second.
Yep.
That's how the trick of sleight of hand works. That's how illusions work.
Time like when Ferguson was going on.
Oh yeah.
Pushed, I should say. One of the large. One of these days I need to get the links for this and keep them handy. I need to put them in a folder or something, so I've got them ready. Some of the largest troop movements in human history were happening at that time.
Mm-hmm.
Not just troops, but troops and heavy equipment by a lot of nations. The world was gearing up for war while everybody was looking at something. It was unfortunate. No matter what the truth about it is, it's unfortunate somebody died. But, or at least the United States is all focused on that. The metaphor is, look at this hand. Look, see these fingers? Look at, while I smack you upside the head with the other hand.
Mm-hmm.
Or go look over here. And, well, obviously, we're going to move some troops around.
I mean,
I didn't see any of that on the news.
No.
I mean, there was some minor news about, I think it was a big training exercise. That did make some headlines. But no, we're talking, missile defenses were moved around at the time.
Hey, keep going. I'll be right back.
All right. And about the time that it was over with, all the troop movements stopped and the equipment movement stopped. So I would have to wonder, was that coincidence? Did it just so happen that something that really hits people emotionally happened to take over the airwaves at the same time militaries were doing their thing, or was it intentional? I suspect it was at least grabbed on as a distraction. It may have been happening on its own and just made a convenient thing to pump up really big so nobody could see what else was going on. But I really think that if America had seen all of what else was happening at the time they were focused on Ferguson, there might have been an uproar, wondering, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? Why is all this stuff being moved around? What's happening? And then some people, I think Adabu was one of them, that started showing all of the trains full of equipment. Well, for one thing, some of his stuff I like. So this isn't a bash against him. But first of all, obviously, there's warfare going on, and there's manufacturing being done of equipment. All of it looked like new equipment. And I'm sure we make equipment that the UN uses, and we paint it over here and ship it. I would be curious to know where this equipment was going. It was, from what I understand, it was being put into staging areas to be taken overseas. But the stories that I was hearing from the conspiracy theorists was that it was getting ready for martial law. All I had to do was look at where they're staging this equipment to realize, well, they're obviously not going to be using it here. I mean, they're not going to be putting it at seaports and other staging areas that eventually lead to mostly seaports. They're not doing that for anything domestic. And then I wonder, was that true? There's a good chance that, some went to the ports and that's what got filmed, and the ones that weren't, they didn't get filmed. What about the ones that were going into the underground storage? Again, there's nothing new there. It's logical. If you want to keep your equipment safe in modern times with the weapons that nations have today, you got to put it deep underground. And that's turning it into another big conspiracy theory. And I don't think it helps. If it is true, then the conspiracy theorists they're hurting their own cause. The way they go about it. the links that, like you're talking about with relationships and associations, the links they're making, I really don't think help. Are you back yet? No, all right. Well, where can I lead off from that? Anyway, just in general, I think it is really important for people to just look at what's really happening. Is happening, not what they think is happening, not to get less on the interpretation, at least until they've taken in a good fair amount of information. And then, most importantly, to live gracefully with uncertainty. Some things we just don't know. It's okay. But if you go too far with it, your guesswork can easily become what we're talking about, the conspiracy theory. That is being helpful. If you don't know, admit you don't know. Yes, don't really try. I don't think that really helps their egos very much, to be honest. I know it's just ego that makes a person think they have to make a guess. They just can't. Nervous when they're uncertain. They see this in this, but they can't see what links to what something. It's not that difficult to just look at something like that and say, I don't know what, I don't even have enough information to make an accurate guess, so I'm not going to even guess. Open, look to see what happens. Maybe I see something later that does give me enough to at least make a good guess. And that's what I see a lot of, is just wild guesswork. I mean, to the point of being, it's like what's a good example? I was going to use something from a different topic that wouldn't fit here. No, I don't have an example. It's just wild guesswork, assumptions, assertions, and an awful lot of just blind fear kicking in. People are afraid that this means that, and these two things are happening at the same time, so I need to be afraid of this happening. Again, I don't think that gets us anywhere. Nowhere useful. More death, more destruction, more de-evolution. And no, I can't hear you. Your mic's dead. I heard a click. It looks like Drew's having some audio issues right now. This is par for the course for the day. Yeah, I just got audio. So whatever you did. I'm getting some scratchy clicks from you.
Okay, what about now?
Ah, loud and clear.
Okay, let me try to switch back to my Bluetooth because this won't be loud and clear.
Yeah, I could hear the echo. It was acceptable. As I'm used to radios, so acceptable to me, and audible and loud and clear to me might not be loud and clear to anybody else. But my message for everybody today would be really simple. Just remember today. Why do we celebrate it? Why is what were our founding fathers building? What was built before them? What were they building on top of? Is everything. We build on the shoulders of giants, as the saying goes. We're building on. Not necessarily as individual personalities, that's important, but the types of people. What are the types of people that came before? What were they building? What were they putting together? What was their goal? Do we agree with that goal? And should we support it? Should we create something different? Personally, I'm more on the supporting side. I support what was built. Some of it I don't understand, and so in a way, I even myself blindly follow a few things because I don't know any better. What I see is better than any idea I could come up with, and it's better than other ideas I see out there, and it seems to be, at the very least, better. Not perfect, perhaps evil. Perhaps that's just where humanity is right now. We can't do better than that, and even what we do that's good is still kind of evil.
All right, I think I got it fixed.
What's that?
I think I got it fixed.
Yeah, I hear
Somehow
you.
when I went downstairs, my Bluetooth disconnected from the computer and it didn't want to reconnect. It's done it in the past before. I don't know why it does it. I couldn't even get my other Bluetooth to work. It just wouldn't connect to my Bluetooth. I had to switch to the computer, and the drawback to the computer is if I'm not setting right up against up to the screen, it doesn't pick up my audio at all.
Okay.
But yeah, I like some of the things you pointed out, and the little frustration actually sidetracked me to what I was going to say. Because actually, I'm going to point something out that you were talking about. Oh, it'll come back to me. Oh, yes, no, like golf courses. They were hiding UN equipment here in the United States on golf courses. Which, we talk about conspiracy theories. Yes, I think conspiracy theories, that's the problem. Because we live in a day and age, we don't know who's telling the truth. We've got so many half-truths, fake media. All right, Chris, my mic's still working because...
Yeah, you're fine. You're
Okay.
fine. I stepped away for a second to grab some coffee.
All right, yeah, I just want to make sure because
last
time I thought it was working and cut out. But yeah, like I was saying, we don't know what is true anymore. And that's the division that they've created. We're dealing with fake news, real news, citizen journalists. So now they're trying to divide the citizen journalist community. Instead of people coming together, sharing information, ideas, checking things, being open to things, there's a danger in all of it when we start not being able to know. As Mr. Anderson asked, who can you trust? Some people aren't going to trust me because, well, some of the things we just talked about today, it's going to make them judge and say, well, that's not a prepping channel I want to be associated with. That's not a truther community. But yet, if you listen through what we were saying, we're pointing out, many things. Some of it's meant to make you question things. In a sense, yes. In a sense, are what me and Chris doing sometimes? Are we using psychological warfare? Yes, we want you to question. We want you to think. We want you to be free thinkers. This is what it's all about. Free thinkers see through things. That's why the term, if you take it back to the root origins, heretic, I'm going to just use that one word, meant common folk, free thinkers. What does free thinkers do? They oppose structure. They see the patterns. They can put things together. They can't be controlled. I mean, I agree with somebody he brought up point. And I stated it earlier in this broadcast, that yes, we have to have checks and balances. We have to have some form of control. But in the right hands, it's when it gets in the wrong hands, it becomes bad. It becomes what we see, what's going on all around the world, just not here. I want to focus here somewhat, mostly because it's our Independence Day, but we also have to realize part of our history and that independence came from fleeing persecution. We forget that.
Yeah, and for people to be free, they have to be free in the mind. They have to, like you're mentioning about control. Well, of course, a bit of externalized control is that it's appropriate for where we're at as a species right now. I'm not talking about totalitarian type of people. I just mean we come together and we use things like laws to settle our issues that ordinarily we have a hard time agreeing on. I get that. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But no external control makes any sense until people get some internal controls. Self-control. Big issues, topics we've had in other venues lately about self-control.
Right.
A person with a strong level of self-control is damn near impossible to control from the outside. They'll certainly respond to things. Put a gun to their head, of course, they might do what you say. They might go ahead and say, I'm not going to do that. If you shoot me, that's your business. I can't stop. I can't control you, and you've got the gun. I don't. You got me at a disadvantage, but I'm not going to do this thing you're telling me to do, even if that means you shoot me. That is self-control. Is when you look at it that way, it is, I'll go so far as to say it is impossible to make a person do anything. There is only an illusion of external control. It is impossible for, let's just say, the elite to control people. It is only possible for the elite to take in, how do I put this? How do I put it? They can create an illusion that gives the control. They can, like we're talking about the bump and go car, or even better, they can just put things, they can put something a person is afraid of in one place to make sure they go away from that place and put something they like in another place. That they can do that. But even then, it's still each individual that's making the choice. Whether they're reacting and making the choice robotically, like an animal, which is what happens when a person is triggered. You're not dealing with truly a human there. You're dealing with an animal. It feels a stimulus from its environment, and it reacts in the way it's programmed to react. There isn't
Like
much in the way of choice there.
Or fight or flight.
Yeah.
In the end, when you back somebody into a corner, their primal instincts will kick in.
Yeah.
It's a natural process. What they do, and we're not supposed to live in our primal-based state. We're supposed to evolve from it, become something better. Here's the thing. If the word monkey has a structure, you call me a racist because I say something about a monkey, or I say black, white, Asian, Hispanic, Mexican, Puerto Rican, Islamic phobist, anything. No, we're humans, human beings. Why are you giving other words control? Why are you giving other words meaning? Somebody put that in and used it because therefore I can class you as something and control you by that class. I can make a whole group of people rise up based on an ideology of color when we are human beings. We are humankind. We all have souls. We all bleed the same. And I can actually prove a medical anomaly. One of my friends is black, but he's white. Both his parents are white, medically documented, scientifically even says on his birth certificate he is white. It was an anomaly that happened. Can't be explained through science, but his DNA and everything depicts he is white, but he is black. Explain that one to me. Oh, I'm sure I can hear people say, oh, his mom cheated around. Nope, never happened. They've got the data and the evidence to prove otherwise. Dude is white, but his skin color is black.
Wow, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, well, what's wild, I could go on to another subject on that, which I'm not going to because it would be getting into racism. But he's accepted by that group as being white.
Right.
They did the research, which tells me if they can be open-minded and question things and look, research, why can't you guys? Why can't you be open? I mean, why not? Well, screw it. Aryan Nation. He is recognized by the Aryan Nation. See, I don't judge people.
Man.
I judge people by their actions, how they act with others, how they handle themselves, how they treat others. Just because his beliefs may be that, he don't treat everybody like that. If I couldn't see past the fact he's affiliated with Aryan Nation, I would never got to know the person he is. I would never got to know the friend he can be. Somebody that's got your back no matter what your skin color is. He was just brought up in that environment. He was programmed to have those prejudices. Which was weird, because, I mean, if you looked at him. Okay. And that's the weird part of it. If you got anything you want to finish up with, Chris, I'll give the floor to you for a bit.
No, not much. I'm not much into big parting shots or anything like that. I just say what comes to mind when it comes to mind.
Yeah, it's my problem. And it gets me in trouble.
I'm going to have to bail here in a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
But guys,
for one thing, I'm being loud and I didn't even realize it. They can hear me all the way upstairs.
Oh.
TV will be up louder.
For those that don't know, anybody can join my Hangouts today. The link's in the description. It's in my chat. If it's not, I'll repost it. I've got a Uber conference. If you don't want to join me inside the Hangouts, you can call. And if it doesn't work, let me know so I can fix it. This is meant for all of us today. I want to hear your views, your opinions. I want to hear your stories. That's what America's supposed to be about, to share our stories. That's what Independence Day is about, being free, being able to express ourselves, no matter what it is. We should be able to...
It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad, but you might not get the same viewership just because it's not such an extreme perspective. You don't have any fear-mongering going on in your title or anything.
Yep. And I've explained that. I refuse to do
it. Yeah, I'm glad you do. I'm glad you refuse. I don't like extremist views.
I want it to be pure. I want it to represent what I still believe America represents. Freedom. Freedom to believe what you want, express those things, enlighten people. Yeah. Learn from others. That's what this channel's supposed to be. It's what it's always going to be. I'm not changing it. That's why I'm not, that's why I don't monetize these videos.
Respect their freedom.
Because to me, my ideology, my beliefs, and they may be wrong, they probably are, but by me monetizing these videos, I got to conform to the censorship, even though I'm still getting censored. By doing so, I'm giving into the system. I'm becoming the problem, not the solution. But shouldn't be your guys' mind state either. Let me take that cause, that mantle. You guys keep doing what you're doing. Could I use the funding and money? Hell yeah, I'm not working. But I don't care. I'm standing for a cause. The cause is educating people, enlightening people, showing that this country is still great. There's still people in here that care. Yeah, we come from all different walks of life, all different beliefs.
Oh, hell yeah.
Me and Chris be
different.
The
percentage may be lower, but I guarantee you there's more people now standing for what's right than ever before.
Right. I still believe that. I'll believe that to the day I die.
They tend to be more quiet. I mean, you're doing all these public live chats and stuff like that, most of us just kind of do our own thing. We talk amongst people. We do our own thing. I think what I've discovered recently is I don't think my words have much effect on people. But when I make a change, that has some. My words do have an effect, just not, I don't know, it's like kind of discouraging me recently. They don't have, it's my mistakes. I don't communicate very well. They just don't seem to, it doesn't do anything.
You know, just like I try to keep my passion, my emotions out of it. Sometimes they come out. It's hard to keep those things under control.
Yeah.
Because they want to come out, because they have meaning. But I also know by doing that, I'm charging my words. I might be influencing people and kind of overstepping my boundaries and controlling them or manipulating them. I don't want nothing to come off like that. That's the importance of understanding other things.
I would say that's okay to a degree. In the same way, making a mistake, you may not go so far as to, go beat them up or yell at them, but you might try a few times and even get a little forceful and think, well, maybe they do listen to this line. Maybe if I get a little louder, they might hear it. But the wise thing to do is to give that a go approach. And then if they don't get it, just hang it up and say, well, either this person's not ready, they reject it, I don't communicate it well, whatever, I'm going to move on. Maybe I can reach somebody else.
Or find somebody that can.
I think it's totally appropriate to let your passion you and to put a little pressure on people. There's a limit. You don't want to make people comfortable. But if you got to get people out of their comfort zone to a degree.
Right.
Even taboo subjects can be useful. Just bring up something that slaps somebody in the face and says, wake up. There's an issue here that for whatever reason you don't want to touch it, but it needs to get touched. It needs to get discussed. It needs to get worked over. And I'm gonna push your buttons a little bit to get you to open up, or at least try. If it doesn't work, oh well, I'll go back to the drawing board or go find somebody else, or maybe somebody else will come along and they can reach you.
Right.
I don't think you're in the wrong there. I think that's okay. Let the passion come out, man.
I try to keep this channel open for everybody, every walk of life. Though I would love to be able to bring on some of that, when I said the mystical Islam sect, that pretty much has been annihilated by genocide by the radical side.
Would that include the Sufis?
Some.
Okay. I don't know that much about that side of it.
And these guys, they're really no different than most of our other religions out there. They believe the same things. But because of those beliefs, they've been genocidally removed. Their histories erased, burned. But when you start talking about
the same has happened with the mystical Jews.
Yeah.
And I even hate to use the word mystical because they're the most down to earth.
Spiritual.
Before we had quantum physics, stuff like the Kabbalah was about all people had to understand their world. But the understanding has always been crushed in favor of, like you said, the dogmas and the beliefs. And then you get the esoteric and exoteric. The exoteric is what the churches teach the masses. The esoteric is what they do. And those priests don't practice what they preach.
No.
Not most of them. Not the high up ones. They practice something totally different. Yeah.
Just like me and you were discussing, I broke down some of the how. And here's the word that's going around, and I hate it because I know what they're doing. They did the same thing with the trans movement. It was trans this, trans that, till everybody became numb to the word. Their assimilation. They're using the word assimilation more and more, and it's a form of rhetoric, a form of mind control. It's manipulations. Who are they trying to assimilate? Because instead of, you come here, you adapt, and you take on the mantle of what United States means when you come here. The freedoms, we want that. We want all that. We want you to feel welcome here. Still practice and believe what you want, as long as it's not harming no one. That's the key. We don't want harm. We don't want violence. We want education, enlightenment. We want you to feel safe. People don't feel safe anymore, anywhere. I mean, I don't want to go to Chicago. There's some places I used to want to go. I don't want to go. I don't feel safe. I definitely don't want to go to New York or California. I've never had the desire to go to California, so. I mean, I don't know. Something about that place. The energy. Bad. Never wanted to go there. But I don't know, there's just so much that goes on. We're so bombarded. And since we're dealing with sensory and information overload on a 24-hour basis, no, 48-hour basis, 365 days a year, nonstop. Why? We have Wi-Fi in our house. We have our cell phones. We're getting bombarded with those frequencies and vibrations. And this has nothing to do with esoteric. This has, I can back it up scientific fact on EMF alone.
Again, as far as the content that people are exposed to, if people would take control of their content, again, back to self-control, then they wouldn't be subjected to anything, or at least not too much. They wouldn't just take what's put in front of them. They would go and see. You and I do it all the time. That's why we don't. I doubt either one of us sits in front of the tube very often.
I don't. Yeah.
It just
when I want to watch a race, when I want to break.
Right. But you don't take your worldview from the TV.
Hell no. Nothing.
You go and seek it out. You ask questions.
Yes.
You go and you'll find a video done by somebody just like this. Somebody doing the same thing you're doing. Even if it's the opposite, even if you disagree with them. You'll go educate yourself. And there's people that do that with the internet, but at least with the internet, we have the choice. Just take in what's fed to you through Facebook and whatever. Bash on people for using Facebook. I wouldn't bash on them. I would ask a simple question. Using it. Do you put it to use or does it use you? And I could stop, or I could expand on that for a day. I could go on about that for hours. Or I could just leave it at that and let the person go question it.
What would you like today?
What am I doing? What do I get from it? What do I give to it?
I shared this
what I bring to the table out onto Facebook for others to see. A person may only put one wise thing out from their own heart in their whole book. That justifies it. That made it worthwhile. Or they can just blindly take what's being spoon-fed by the algorithms and the advertisers. It's choice. Nothing's being fed to people. Nothing's being forced on anybody. They have to believe it's being forced to let it get forced on them, which has the same effect. I know that.
Which is it?
And so, yeah, in regular common language, I would say it's being forced on them. But if I really look at the nuts and bolts of it, what's really happening, I'd have to say they're choosing to allow it.
And I guess the key word here, and it's the prepper's term, it's become the prepper's term. It's not a prepper's term. It don't belong to the preppers. It belongs to everyone. And it's even the more proper term for free thinkers. Once we enlighten you and tell you these things, you become aware. Once you become aware, you have a choice to make. Choose to keep allowing the things to bombard you and dulling yourself, because you're dulling certain things that naturally, it's a primal instinct that'll protect you. Once you become aware, once you realize, oh, that's hot, that'll burn, you become aware. You become open. You understand. So when people like me, Chris, Dabu, Brian, and everybody in this community, I'm calling it a community, it's a whole community, no matter what they are doing, they're making aware of something. When you become aware, it's harder to control you through it. But in the end, it falls to you. You have a choice. Me, Chris will tell you, I've not shared, so other than the channel itself, I've not shared a video on YouTube, which was kind of contradictory to what I had previously said. Yes, I'm allowing somebody to have control over me because I don't want to get banned on Facebook for sharing my videos there. I've already been banned for 30 days once for a video.
I would say
family
that's
there.
not giving into the system. I would say that's understanding the limitations of the environment you exist in, where YouTube, for this perspective, is no longer, it's just like a tree. If you're running and there's a tree in your way, of course you're going to dodge it. That's the limitation, and it's not like that tree is out to get you. Of course, it could be. It could be a person instead of a tree with a rifle, but in case of YouTube or something like that. But yeah, it's I wouldn't consider that giving into the system. That's just understanding the limitations and understanding if you want to be effective on this platform, whether you like it or not, you're going to have to abide by their rules. If you don't like it, well, I would recommend find an alternate way around. Look at that censorship as damage, and you yourself be a living, active part of the internet and route around it.
Right.
Censorship.
Believe
okay,
me,
fine.
If I had the money, I'd actually sit down with Chris. I might have to browbeat him a little bit about certain software programs, but we would create a platform. I have access to the open source. It damn near allows me to do everything we can do on all those platforms. I don't have the money to build the server because, once again, it goes back to all of you think you're just going to run from this platform and create your own website. Not going to work. You're still under a TOS. Unless you own that server, and like Chris pointed out to me, which kind of burst my bubble, they're not even going to allow me to do that at a certain point. They're going to force me to force censorship, or they're just going to take me out of the equation, or find ways, call it, oh, you didn't pay this tax, so we're taking it from you. They're going to find ways to stop me. But I might get it off for a while, but eventually, hey, I might just one day go out for a walk and get hit by a car.
Or YouTube being a part of Google, they could just, drop your weighting down in their algorithms, and you'd never show up in searches.
Right. So they still have a form, but you're not even going to get your freedoms. Eventually, they're going to go after those other platforms like GoDaddy, and I do not sponsor GoDaddy. It's the worst system out there. But
I
that's
can tell you an
my
insidious
opinion.
one.
Through experience.
Here's a rather insidious one they could use. They could start linking your site with some of the worst of the, let's just say, conspiracy theorists. So every time somebody sees yours in the sidebar, they see all the bullshit.
Psychological warfare.
Truly wacky stuff. Yeah, you could be showing up with all kinds of the stupidest alien stuff. And people's minds will associate what they see, even if they never look at it. Their subconscious is going to register it in detail. They're going to see all this garbage on the right and assume yours is garbage too. So by upping your popularity, they could kill you that way too.
Right.
You'd get more hits, but they'd be low quality. They'd be probably the last people in the world you'd ever want liking your stuff.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, even when I think of a solution, I got to weigh the pros and cons and realize, well, yeah, it might be a temporarily fix, but and it goes back to something I got a message for citizen journalists, especially those that are just getting into it, wanting to do it. If you're going to use your real name, know that you have a chance when you stumble on something that they might not want out there. You're putting a huge bullseye and target on your back, and just not yours, because they're not going to, the classical sense of it, they're not going to come after you to silence you. They're going to come after the ones you love. Remember that. Don't let it discourage you. We need more people like that. But I've seen some people that stumbled onto something, and they got scared to talk about it because they realized that's when reality sets in. So know what you're getting into. Me, I do things like, you know me as Drew, which I kind of ruined that today, but okay. You know, I kept some anonymity. I let you see my face, which, speaking of space, My dad went to the doctor for his diabetes checkup. Local hospital, local doctor, Ryan Medical, and they've installed facial recognition. So now, if you don't allow them to take your picture, they can deny you medical service. Welcome to the future.
Well, that started way back, I don't know if it was 40s, 50s, or 60s. This is kind of in defense of the churches, something the churches did that was good. The church-run hospitals, a lot of them.
Yes.
And just, people that were wealthy enough and had the motivation to do it would put together various types of, doctors' offices and hospitals. They put an end to that.
Right. I agree.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I can get that, the quality of care might have been questionable with that. I don't know. I wasn't there. I haven't looked at the history of it too much. They're all under a bureaucratic control. And I think some things are better handled with bureaucracies. Most things, no, they should be left out, left to the people to deal with on their own.
Right.
But I hate to tell you this. I'm gonna have to get off of here. So I'll go ahead and say my quick goodbye to everybody. Thanks for anybody that was watching or listening. Thanks for joining us. If you ever want to in the future, if you're interested, jump in. Well, we're just two fools out here saying what we have to say anyway. It's not like you're gonna embarrass yourself any worse than we are.
Right.
Jump in there.
I know we talk on subjects that's borderline controversial, borderline taboo sometimes, and I try to avoid it, but I don't. I mean, I can't allow myself to be censored anymore like that. I got to go back to what my original magazine and the website stood for. I tried to play the YouTube game, the community game. I tried it, sharing it on both. It didn't work.
What got you banned for 30 days?
Oh, it was the sleeper cell video.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
And like I said, I use YouTube or Facebook now more than anything for my family. The family I can't go visit and see in Brazil. So, and they're not on other platforms. They all migrated from Orkut when they crashed Orkut down, or Google swallowed it up, and now we're all on Facebook. And it allows me to get past some of the language barriers. And I got friends that live like Chris. He's closer to me than any of my other friends. I got a bunch of friends in North Carolina, so I have to use certain platforms when I don't have access to a phone because I can't afford to reactivate it. I still have to have these platforms. So I have, I got to give over to some control and censorship. And I hate that. But at the same time, I know the game.
Yeah. And then you're still able to get stuff like this out.
Right. I just don't put it there. I put it elsewhere. The Mines, Gab, Twitter, and any place else I can dump it. A WordPress site for free until I can afford to build back my own community again, my own site. I live within my means, and I do the things within my means. I'm not afraid to go refurbish this stuff. Everything has a purpose. Everything has a value. Even this video game cord that's no longer being used because it's broke. The cord itself has value. The electronics in the controller have value that can be used that somebody else might need later down the road. There's no such thing as junk. Idle conversation is not junk. It's education. You're learning from something that we're saying, hopefully. You should be. Or you're questioning something that we said, which is, once again, learning. Or
jump in if we're wrong and set us straight.
Yeah, jump in and share your views.
I'd be happy as hell for somebody to come in here and just give it to me both barrels and say I'm full of it.
Right.
If I was full of it. I live for that. I love it. They better be right, though.
Yes, you better bring your facts.
Yeah. Or they better
I'm going to bring mine.
Yeah.
Then we're going to probably find out we're both right. Which, how can two rights be right?
Yeah, that brings up another point. How often people agree on something, but because they use different language, they can't even see that they agree.
Right. I'm learning that now. More than I did before. And that's worse, bad, because I wasn't, even in my generation, I didn't hang in my generation. They bored me. I wasn't learning from them.
Me too.
I had older
Me
people.
too.
I've always went to older people, looked to them, and learned from them. Because they had the history, they had the knowledge, they had the wisdom. I'm still young, I'm still learning. I'm still young now in learning. I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm not afraid to admit when I make a mistake.
I think we're within a year of each other in age.
Yeah, we are. We're in pretty much the same generation. Stick it to the man generation.
Oh, I'm still young and stupid as hell in a lot of areas.
Yeah.
I've always sought out people. Occasionally, I've known some people that are a little wise beyond their years.
Oh, yeah. They're prodigies.
Especially if you can find, I've seen some kids, only a few, but it's enough to be encouraging where they got it. I knew they didn't read it anywhere. Out with the analysis of situations that, I mean, I've had kids, 10, 11, 12-year-old kids educate me.
Yeah.
Just
and that's
from their perspective. Not even because they've got technical knowledge, just their perspective.
The way they view things and see things. We forget that as we grow up. We're programmed not to use our imagination, not to think big.
Well, we're programmed to use it for worry and fear, and imagining the worst outcome, and then we wonder why we get it. Yeah, I agree.
It's not going to stop. None of this, nobody out there is going to stop me from what I'm doing. Well, there's probable way you could stop me, but you might not like the consequences that come with that. Because, I know how to defend myself in many, many ways, many forms. But there's always and that's the mindset you got to have. There's always somebody bigger and badder just around the corner that's going to knock you back down a few pedestals. And that's what this day is about. Our patriots, our independence. We learned from those things. We've become so much better. Some ways they would be so proud of us, and other ways they'd be rolling over in their graves. How do we reach the youth? That's the issue.
Be real.
How do we wake them up?
Be real. Do our best to live what we teach, what we preach, what we believe in.
Yep. The old saying, practice what you preach. Live by example.
Yep.
All a person has, truthfully, in this world is your word. Live by it.
Yep.
And there's so much more meaning that's subliminal in that you guys don't even realize. Judge them by their word and actions and deeds. How they hold themselves around others, how they interact, the message that they're spreading or teaching. Remember, guys, we're dealing with in a time of age where, and it's not a new tactic, maybe I should talk about it. I might have, when you leave, since me and you've already discussed this, I might break down the secret societies, how they've been infiltrated. That's why we have conspiracy theories about them so much. How they started out as a
very interesting topic.
Good cause, at the time, then they were infiltrated from within, and it fractured. A division happened. Same thing happened to the Masons. Same thing actually happened to the Illuminati. Of course,
Well,
I got to get permission on certain aspects on that one because I'm delving into something that some people probably are definitely not ready to hear. But I'll do it. Why? I'm not bound to my any secrecies or oaths anyway. I don't believe in them because I know the meanings behind them, the truths behind them.
Yeah. Well, we got to remember
The only promise I keep is a promise I give to you. Word.
Mm-hmm.
And that means everything to me. If I don't give you that, the only promise I give to you on this channel, I'm going to bring you the truth. And when I make a mistake, and I realize something, I will correct it. That's the only promise I give you as my viewers. Because it's my job. As a human being, my job is to help educate, point out the things that are wrong, things that need to be changed. Now, my job's not to judge you. The dogma, the shit we've been programmed with is going to tell me to judge you. And I'm going to judge you because I'm going to judge you based off your words and deeds. Which I could quote a biblical phrase even on that one. He who is spiritual, let him judge. Otherwise, don't do it.
Yeah, it comes down to the different kinds of judgment. It's unfortunate that we use the same word to mean different things.
Right. I don't knock Christianity. I knock the dogma of it. I love the Bible and its teachings. I love the wordings, the parables, the knowledge that's inside it. But I also know there's many other forms of knowledge and other texts and other belief systems. I know they're just a missing piece to the greater puzzle. And I know how to separate the dogma and the BS aside. We're not. If the greatest thing in the Bible has taught us in the New Testament is love. Love trumps all. So why do we hate anybody that has a different belief? Why do we let these bad apples dictate the whole of the community instead of just the few bad apples? That's always been my message. My message is not, I'm not going to, as Chris points out, I'm not going to give you the dynamite and the matches. That's not my job. You gotta know structure. You gotta know responsibility. You gotta know that for every action there's a reaction. There's a cause and effect.
Yes.
And I'm responsible for those things when I hand you those tools. Just not you. I'm responsible. I gave them to you. But the difference is, can I live with that? And you'd be shocked what I can live with. I've been homeless before. I've had to survive. I know what it means to have to survive. I've been able to put myself because of bad choices in situations where I probably would have never dreamed of being put in, but I also learned from them. I have a unique experience when it comes to life. I always learn things the hard way. And sometimes those hard lessons are the worst because they just strip you to the core.
For sure. They stick, though. They certainly stick. Lessons like that, I'm still learning them. I'm in the middle of some hard lessons right this minute. Totally about to go and deal with some of them.
Right. I know some knowledge that I will never, ever share or teach. Because, no. I wish I didn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a reason why I had to learn it. That's
the last few years I've learned why is to bring a little bit back to secret societies. I've learned some reasons why certain things they keep secret. For one thing, some things they're not secret. They're just difficult to understand. A person has to have and to a lot of people, it looks like it's kept secret. It's not kept secret. And it's people like us try to teach each other all the time. They try to teach people all the time. It's secret because they don't understand it. And some things are secret because, like you said, it's like dynamite. You got to be careful who you hand it to.
Yeah. All right, now there's so many tools out there that's in the wrong hands.
For a lot of the secret societies, they used to be the people that did the good. It was when the religions came out and started, burning them at the stake and pulling them apart with horses that they had to go undercover. And so they stayed secret. The powers that be were so freaking evil that anything resembling good would get you, killed on the spot. Now that we've got the remnants of those societies, they still keep their secrecy just the same. And as a person, there's a group of people, I'm going to bring it back to a different thing before I'm going to have to hand it back over to you, Drew.
Yeah.
And go do my thing with the family. There's certain people that they get things that they're dare I say, they're smarter in certain particular ways. I don't mean in every way, just in certain ways they're smarter. Throughout history, they have been the most persecuted. The people that really get it have been the most persecuted because even the people they try to help will slaughter them. In school, I had a big problem with it. I got beat up a lot. People that know me and joke about it, well, they don't even realize it's not a joke. It's like chickens. They peck the different chicken. It's just different. It doesn't mean it's defective. Now, chickens, I can understand. There's nature does its own thing there, and it's got its reasons. But smart people have always been the most persecuted of all. Above all racial issues, above all religious beliefs and disbeliefs and disagreements. The people that get it are the ones that pretty much everybody is out to kill. Even a lot of the good people are out to kill the people that actually understand why things happen. So I can't blame a lot of these secret societies for keeping their secrets. Of course, that means it's secret. If it's secret, that means people don't know what's going on. It could be good, it could be evil. When people just automatically assume because it's secret, it must be evil, I would argue that itself is evil. At the very least, it's very ignorant. Oaths and stuff like that, I'm generally against oaths. I understand why they're done. In a few rare exceptions, I think they're okay.
So were me and him different?
Yeah, they're one of the most dangerous things there is. And things like trust. Well, I don't have a concept of trust. Aside from I trust every living entity that exists to pursue its own self-interest. In that respect, yeah, I guess you could say I agree with Satanists, even though I'm not one. And don't agree with them at all in most other areas. That a person is in it for their own self-interest. Some people are enlightened enough to understand that what's in their best interest and everybody else's best interest is their best interest. That's about the only difference. And so I trust people to take whatever they can, to use what they can. And with that in mind, I have no conflict with most people. It doesn't mean I look down on them. It doesn't mean that I think they're out to get me. To the contrary, it means that by seeing it this way, I can see where, as creatures with their own self-interest in mind, we can come together collectively in a positive way, not a way that stamps on individualism, but in a way that exalts individualism as the most prized and valuable thing there is. It's when individuals come together as individuals that great things happen, not when they abandon their individuality and become part of a mass. Whatever mind is controlling that, in the case of a dictatorship, when everybody has to do what the boss says. Right. because you're limited to the intelligence of a single human being in that case. Together as a collective, you end up with a synergistic reaction is the word, where up with answers to questions that each individual, even the smartest person on earth, is too dumb to comprehend. So yeah, even things like trust are different for me. In general, it's like loyalty. I've yet to see an example of loyalty actually used properly.
Everybody wants a reward.
Whether it be amongst family or nations, I've seen loyalty is almost universally abused. And personally, I think it's just one of those terms that it has built in some delusions. I just, to me, it's built on illusions. And I don't see how it is that I can reconcile this word people call loyalty with anything in the real world, even the same emotions and behaviors that we would label loyalty. I don't know, it's kind of like the word infinity. It has no real meaning. But that's probably a debate for some other day. On that note, I'll go ahead and say goodbye. Happy 4th of July to everyone. Keep in mind what the day is about, but aside from that, have fun.
Right.
Celebrate. Right. Drink a few, do whatever it is that you do. Go have fun. Enjoy your time with your family. Have a cookout. And be grateful that that there are people that built this for you so you can have that cookout with your family. And you're not running around in the streets trying to find something to eat like people in other countries.
Or even in this country. We have a homeless problem that needs to be dealt with too.
Yep.
But I got to be careful now because that gets me heated.
I was referring to areas where they don't have,
right.
They just don't have the freedom we have here. And no matter, even though it's gotten kind of bad in some ways, we still have an unbelievable amount of freedom here.
Right. And that's what makes.
And I don't think we need to be forgetting that.
Right.
So we can be grateful for what we still have, even though everybody is out there, you and I included, telling everybody how doom and gloom it is. What we got today is pretty freaking awesome.
Right. I've got more, even though I'm just living on needs, I've got more than some people do have right now. So that's the important part, realizing that it's still, human race is important. Also realizing that the symbol our forefathers created that we're honoring today is the very symbol that they want to destroy. They don't want people to, it goes back to what I said about the word heretic. They don't want free thinkers. They don't want people being free. And yes, I'm going to get into secret societies because it's important to understand. See, I'm going to use present day as an example of how how it happened in history as well. I'm sure by now I've probably pissed off a bunch of people. Catch you later, Chris. Thank you for joining. I've been wanting to get you back on the streams for a while, just not on this channel, but on the other one as well. Because you have a unique perspective, unique take on things. And if you guys, I'm pretty sure still in chat. It's in my description, guys. You want to take part? You want to join me here in the Hangouts? Please do. It's a lonely place when you're here by yourself. That way I can keep the show going, the education going with people coming in here and sharing, so I can step away for a little bit. When I have to use the bathroom or get some water, it's important. The link's in the description. The link that was in chat should still be in chat. Call or just click the little link and come into the Hangouts. Share what you want. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about some secret societies because it is part of our history as well. I'm going to keep going until the stream ends, or I decide I really need to go get something to eat. because I don't have nobody in here with me to take over while I'm doing that. But like I said, this is my way of also giving back, guys. I'm not out there celebrating with friends and family today. I'm celebrating with you guys. It's important. We the people for the people. I guess in a sense I created my own little creation from our forefathers. I'm bringing meaning back to it. Trying to find common ground with the whole community. It shouldn't take a major event, a catastrophic event. The World Trade Towers, for us, was catastrophic. But it showed us what America was about. We've forgotten it. It drew us together. It made us a whole. We united. We became patriots again. We remembered what patriots mean. And while we were riding that high, remembering those things, we had the bad apples. I'm always going to refer to them as that. Come in, take the Pledge of Allegiance out of the schools, started changing our histories, pulling things out, bringing in Common Core, all while the wool was pulled over our eyes. You know, sometimes I don't want to agree with Chris when he talks about elites, but I have to because I've seen it. And sometimes him mentioning certain things, there's other people mention it, gives a cold, hard reality check that, yes, there's people that have wealth and power that aren't on what George Soros is on, or other people like him. There's lessons to be learned. Sometimes we get, sometimes I even judge. I'm not supposed to. Especially like that, because then we're labeling everyone. Not everyone that's rich, filthy rich. Some of them want a better tomorrow, a better future. They want the tools on people, the right hands. You know, our young generation should be being taught these things. But, here's a question I ask anybody when we talk about secret societies. What's the number one rule of a secret society? And believe it or not, 75% will quote Fight Club. Don't know why. They just do. Or then the rest will either quote some of the conspiracy theory stuff they hear. And I hate to tell you guys, I can use Bilderberg right now for an example. That's actually the number one rule played out in front of the deception and illusion played out in front of you to this day. You guys all go flock to it, try to get them to talk. Hollywood is another form of secret societies and cabals. Bohemian Grove, that's some idiot made popular and gained his fame on. Guys, the number one rule of secret societies is just that. Hollywood, actors, a pretty face, a wealthy face. The pawns. You put your pawns in place. You put your puppets in place. They are the ones you see. They don't run nothing. Half the time they're just there because they're being paid to be there. Or it's a vacation. Nothing real comes of it. And some of them are just tricked into thinking they're going to make a difference. Make a change that will better mankind. And they believe that. And they let them believe that illusion. Why? Because it's the ones you don't see. As I pointed out, you know who sees the world for what it does? And I'm going to quote various histories of this being played out as the role itself. And we see it. It's been actually televised a little bit. Homeless, panhandlers, people going out there panhandling, then it's become their work. They're watching, observing. They're like the silent observers. And some of them are filthy, filthy rich, because when they get done at the end of the day, they go into that $100,000 car and go home to their mansion. Oh, look it up. There's been people caught doing it. That's another form of, and some of them use it because step back, they watch, they observe, they see how they can manipulate. Like when we was talking about psychological warfare. You know? I watch it play out every day on people's live chats. I watch them how they get triggered. Just sitting there quietly, listening to what they're saying and watching, observing. Many of these people are just that. They're watching, observing, and they have an agenda. They created a secret society as a front, an illusion, sleight of hand. So they don't have to interact. They don't have to be seen. The hand on the puppet strings. They're behind the curtain, never seen. Some of them, like Chris pointed out, like George Soros, they're just psychopaths. They love it. They know they can do it. But I'm willing to bet he's somebody's puppet too. He just don't care. And they just let him do what he does because what? He's the guy everyone's going to blame. And they know it. So, just like we talk about Masons. Well, have you ever talked to a Mason? A real Mason? Because the ones that we talk about in conspiracy theories and stuff like that are the ones we don't see. But we blame it all on the ones that are open. You know, I know a Mason that's a prepper that does a YouTube channel. And he's blatant about it. He'll tell you. He's not scared to let the ring be shown either. He'll also tell you that just because you think that it stops at a certain number, it goes well into the hundreds. Yeah, the prepared mind. He's a Mason. He admits it freely. He's talked about it. And he's also talked about the very same things I'm going to talk about. I grew up with Masons, obviously. I defend it. Yeah. One founding father. Names on the Constitution. They were tradesmen, skillsmen, and alike. They were of a society that wanted a better future, a better tomorrow. They wanted a symbol that would represent freedom, liberty. They wanted a system where everybody could be a part of it. And that, as history has shown, is a no-no. So we had the most common people refer to as the Illuminati. Well, a lot of people don't realize Illuminati, the most common form we ever talk about, is the fraction side of it. They were divided, infiltrated, much like we're watching happening with protests and these movements, feminists, civil rights, and stuff. People are coming into these organizations, changing the meaning, getting people to believe a falsehood, an illusion, and slowly infiltrating more to where the original meaning becomes lost. The original cause is lost. Old tactic, just playing out in different stages, different levels. We don't call feminist movement a secret society. We don't call BLM, Antifa, and the list goes on and on and on and on. We don't call them secret societies. They're open. But we get people, right? Our truther community, our YouTube community, people are slowly coming in and infiltrating it. The provocateur, as I talked about earlier. We are being infiltrated, and they're dividing us. They're killing our message. They're killing our voice. They're killing the meaning of our causes. They're silencing our voice. Just like our government started off with it. I pointed out even through my history, a little history lesson I gave you about me and my family. There was still that aspect of division, the division within the Masons. The one side who had the agenda of their own. They don't want us to be a free nation. They're still in place to this day. We just call them by different names. We call them Republicans, Democrats, even though they were calling themselves that back then. But they also had a few other classical terms. And they just wait for opportunities. They'll introduce things that they know that later they'll be able to come back because how it was certainly worded They can come back and attack it and get it removed or taken out of our schools like the Pledge of Allegiance. They know they can use certain words to cause division, chaos, strife, oppression. But yet we blame it on groups. It's the good ones instead of the bad apples. We just take the bad apples and say they represent the whole. Most people don't know the Illuminati was a teaching, enlightenment. They wanted everybody to be educated, enlightenment. They've had many names over the years. I mean, the Masons had many names over the years. I mean, every point in history we can find them. What happens is we have the other side of the coin, the ones that don't want that because it's stripping their power, their control over people. So they infiltrate the groups, cause the division and a fraction, or they try to annihilate it and disseminate it. Or make the new future generations that be brought into it assimilate into their the new ideologies that they want. They silenced the movement. Yeah. But we never see the people that do it. We only see the ones they let us see. The puppets, the pawns. Let me tell you something about pawns. You ask any chess master. The pawn is the most dangerous piece on the board. He who controls the pawn controls the game. See, the pawn is even mightier than the queen. Oh, wait. We have another history that tells us the pen is mightier than the sword. Our words are more powerful, especially for those that know how to use them, know how to command their words, know how to talk softly, talk forcefully, change their tone to cause a reaction. You know, we pick up on these things because, hey, we know, because we're little kids, you know that certain little tone our parents used to take? We knew we were in trouble. We knew we did something wrong. Just by that tone of voice. Military, still used to say train our military. It's used in our school systems. It's used everywhere. It's natural for us. And it's hard to talk about such things with certain people because then they think it's all, you're just dealing in occultism, esotericism. No, we're not. But those things have become taboo. And they're not supposed to be here in the United States. We go back again, we become the heretics, the heathens, because we're free thinkers. Many of the Illuminati were free thinkers. They were enlightenment. They taught people these things. They taught them so that people couldn't be controlled, these people. They didn't want control. They want free thinkers. They want growth, new inventions, creation. But along came the people that don't want that. They don't want the control. And they start infiltrating these groups. And by doing so, the group either lost their voice or they became another group. There's many branches that came from the Illuminati. The Masons. Some of them infiltrated the Masons group, became the Masons. Because at that time, the Masons still had the same ideology. They were the craftsmen, the free thinkers. They were the builders, the architects, as many of the languages state. They created the United States. They created this nation of freedoms, liberties. The very things we're celebrating today. The very thing that many of us old-timers hold, cherish, value, and will bleed and die. And many of our young who join the military, they join it because of the patriotism, because they know they're defending these rights and liberties and freedoms. And unfortunately, that gets misused too. it's great to talk about secret societies. It's great to understand the techniques, the manipulations, but it's also most important part to understand is you don't see the ones who are really doing it. No, and it's hard to even track them down. It's going to get harder now as we start getting into cryptocurrencies. Even Anon, fractured. It's not that it doesn't have the same voice, the same meaning anymore that it used to. It's changed. Each history has its own. I go back to referring to the homeless person, the bum, the panhandler. Could that person have a message for you? Could it be an angel? Could it be an elite? Watching, observing, seeing how you react to certain things. When he walks up to you, can you spare some change? Oh, giving you a new way to think of things. Medieval times, the gesture, the fool. The one that's seen everything that's going on in the room, every conversation, every whisper. The drunk. The one that you should see every time you see is drunk, drunk, drunk. Always drunk. But what you don't watch is when he walks out that door, smiles, walks into it, stops staggering, and acting like a drunk and acting like somebody that's sober in a right state of mind. Because he was putting on a show, an illusion, while he watched and observed. The things that you overlook, the things that slide right before your eyes. Illuminati, Masons, Brotherhood of the Light. In itself, it fractioned. Ortus Templis Anonymous. Ortus Templis Anatis. There's another fraction. We see it with the teachings, and we used to have monasteries, monks, that practiced more spiritual form, more meditative form. Oh, wait, can't have that. They were scholars, they were writers, they were medics, people that would treat medicine, apothecaries. They understood the things and they taught others. Oh, can't have that. You're free thinkers. So you guys are going to ask, okay, you're talking about secret societies. You're not telling us anything we haven't heard before. I haven't. We always focus on one side. We don't focus on the other thing. Yet that's more division. How do you know what's true from what's false? History, his story. We're missing the other part, the part that came from the people that were conquered, their story, their teachings, their knowledge. Because what a conquering nation would do, they'd absorb them, assimilate them into the culture. They couldn't assimilate them, they'd destroy them in any history of them. Now, even our American history has its dark points, dark parts. As we grew, we found common ground and found a way to be peaceful with the Indians, but slowly others wanted more. And to the point now, look at what happened to the Indians. So even on this day, we have some dark things that we're celebrating the good, but from that also bad things happened. People died. You know, some people, because their causes they believed in and fought for, got. That's the beauty of America. We still keep we're trying to keep our history. We know that's what's made this country what it is. And we learned from our mistakes. We still had people that believed in what this symbol stands for, which is, as you'll see, in a lot of countries, this very symbol is a threat. Because we learned, you know, these people learned from the other histories. They learned from the things that were passed down from just family to family, unwritten. You know, if I have a message for anyone today, it's also be understanding, be open to the fact that there is an unwritten history as well. There's many forms of the history. They're just keys, missing pieces to the greater puzzle. Some of you think you have the puzzle solved, but you're missing it. You're missing the point. You're missing the broken snake, the separation from Egypt, the Jews separating themselves from Egypt with Moses, the staff, the caddis, whatever you want to call it, the serpent and the lining, the broken snake, that's where it originated from. And it probably actually originated farther back. We're just missing that part of history that we haven't seen yet. Well, the snake in the garden. But we can't see past the dogma, the good and the evil, the fall, the Tower of Babel, the division of language, nation, colors, race. Everything's connected. We're connected. We're humans. We're a whole. We're supposed to be. We don't strive to be divided. Even when people in history try to eradicate a whole nation, a whole civilization, the civilization finds a way to survive and relive and become again. We're still learning things from the pyramids, from the Aztecs, Mayas, Incas. But there's so much division in the world. There's so much false stuff. Who do you believe? How do you know what to trust? Because there's stuff that actually contradicts religion in their form of it. Doesn't mean it's wrong. The dogma is wrong. The dogma is what controls. There's nothing wrong with being spiritual. There's nothing wrong with believing in a God. Or believing in yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I can quote it in the Bible. In Psalms. You are all gods and goddesses, answerable subject to the one true God. Are we not created in His image? So why do we argue about and blame people that call God goddess? We have female, male. So therefore, if we're created in His own image, and the truth is, it says it right there. People, I've heard it said, you'll never be able to truly know God. So why do we keep trying to classify God? And instead accept that God may be female, He might be male, depending on your belief system. He's still God. It's still a God. Many aspects, many names. Different cultures, different beliefs, different ideologies. We can't get away from the fact that there's a spiritual connection somewhere. Our souls, our minds keep drawing us towards the fact. So let's quit arguing about it. Let's quit judging people by it. Judge them by their actions and their deeds, their word. If they're going to go out there and mow down, murder people in the name of God, well, to me, that's not love. And I don't think it should be allowed. No religion, period. Don't care what you call yourselves. I don't want to see the Crusades ever happen again. But most people don't know there was Crusades on other religious beliefs. Oh, wait, that's because they were evil. Most people forget. Our forefathers fled persecution. They fled the king, the queen, the church. And yes, it had to do with other things as well, but that was the main reason they fled this king to this country. We forget that. They created a symbol that is so powerful, and they even left their secrets inside the flag. Its colors, its stripes, its bars. I can't believe I missed that connection. How many flags actually share the same color schemes as ours? Many. Makes you wonder, where do we get the concept of flags? Well, we can take it to the medieval times, the knights. We can take it to the Norse, the Vikings. Their crests or their flags that depicted their land. In the West, ranchers branded their cattle. They put their mark on their cattle. Your name is your brand. It's your crest. You know, that's why I rely a lot on history. And there's parts of history I'm still learning. I'm learning new things every day. That's what we should be striving to do. Learning things from the past so we don't repeat them, so we can make a better future. And getting some of our tools and toys out of the wrong hands. That should be our big focus. Making people aware of them. So, well, once you're aware, it's harder to control you. Unless you choose to allow yourself to be controlled. Then that's not my fault. That's your fault. If I made you aware, or if I make you aware, much like the Bible says, once you become aware, you now know. Therefore, you are subject to sin. Like I've said, and many other religious forms of belief teach that very same system. Ideology. It's good to know. Because once you become aware, now you know right from wrong. Now you have the ability to choose. Now you have free will. Now you are a free thinker. Now you're responsible for your own choices and actions. And always remember, for every action there's an equal reaction. Your choices don't always only just affect you. They affect others as well. So, we get caught up in the game of the secret societies and things. We fail to realize that at one time, they meant something. They had a cause, much like feminist movements, civil rights movements, LGBT movements. Whether you agree with them or not, we live in the United States. Respect it. They have a right to that. They're humans. They have a right to choose. Strip the dogma away from things. Our forefathers never meant for us. They wanted us to live in harmony with each other as a community, as a whole, united. Being able to see past our differences and beliefs to create and build upon the symbol that they gave us, the structure that they gave us. Not let it keep being ripped apart. That is our duty as a human race. It's our duty as an American not to let the structure that they created, the symbol that they created, that many other times in history they tried to create. Do not let that become silent like we're letting, don't let that voice die, be stripped completely and removed and rewritten from history and rewritten to mean something else. Don't make it another secret society that got twisted and the people that were doing the right thing was lost. Only thing we see is the bad things that came from it. Yeah, a little bit different twist on secret societies, isn't it? Because many of us, there's many out there that are lurking in the shadows watching this right now. Know what I'm talking about. They agree. They just choose to sit in the shadows and watch, observe, see how things play out. They don't want to interact. And don't make them interact. You won't like it. None of us will like it if we force them to come down from their little mountains or the little hidey holes or under the rocks they're crawled under. We will not like it at all. Oh yeah. Some of you guys don't realize that, for as much bashing that goes on with other religions, many of those different beliefs believe what this symbol right here on this screen, the red, white, and blue, stands for. Many believe what the broken snake on a yellow background, don't tread on me, stands for. They believe the very same things, but they have very different methods about bringing things about. Because when they come back onto the scene and deem that we just can't deal with things, and they're not going to be enlightening anymore. They're not going to be patient. They gave you your time. And these guys aren't elites, guys. Whole different class. We call them by many names throughout history. We call them many things to this day. And maybe a few of them might be elites. I don't know. I don't want to know. I kind of enjoy them in their little shadows. But then again, who's to say some of them haven't already come out and trying to correct some things? I don't know. Can't answer that one. I couldn't even tell you if I met one because I wouldn't know myself. There's many things that can be learned from certain groups. Structures that were once created and bad apples came along and silenced their voice. You know, we see it every day. I can use modern terminology, modern events, modern things, police department. We've got corruption in the police department. We've got bad apples in the police department. That don't make every day a good cop proves it. A good cop, instead of this dude that wants to commit suicide by cop refuses to pull his gun and gets the situation under control. Shows me that there's still good people in this world, good cops. You know, some people disagree with my logic and thinking there because they say, well, you're putting too much hope in people. You're putting too much hope in humanity. They will fail you every time. I don't believe that. I've seen it. I've witnessed. I've experienced it. But I've also seen the other side. But how far do we go when that other side of the coin becomes no more, where people just accept what's before them. With this channel, I'm not going to give in, but I can be silenced. I know it. I don't fear it, because you're really going to have to silence me permanently. So I'm going to find ways around it. I'm going to find loopholes. I'm still going to find ways, whether I got to go out and just talk to people, communicate, be social, put myself in positions I don't like being in with certain people, certain groups, because they don't stand for what I stand for. But I have to learn. See, that's being a free thinker. That's being, as it's put, he who is spiritual, let him judge. You can't judge if you don't have the experience. You can't judge if you haven't walked a mile in that person's shoes. If you don't have that experience. So quit judging. Honor the symbol before you. The stars and stripes, the red, white, and blue. Yes, it's a crest, it's a symbol, it's a sigil. It's many things. It's patriotic. But it represents a freedom. And we got people trying to take that away, strip it of its meaning. You know, I was hoping we get more people in. I want to hear your guys' opinions, your voices. You know, today's the day that we should be letting our voices be heard. And there's many people out there, many in this community that I follow. I'd love to have. Just come on here, share their views. Disagree with me on some things. I don't care. If I'm learning from you, why not learn from me for a bit? Or we discuss things, bounce things off each other that we don't agree with. And who knows? We might not figure it out, but somebody might hear stuff we're saying. They'll piece it together for us, and we'll learn from them down the road. Different ideology of thoughts, isn't it? Different ways to free yourself. Many ways to free yourself. But as my friend Chris put it, all comes down to choice. Once you become aware, once somebody's made you aware, once you heard it, you're aware. You have the choice. You have the power. You have the power to give somebody else control over you, or you have power to take control and become it, and control it yourself, and lighten others down the way. Learn, experiment, live, create. The American dream is not dead, guys. They're trying to kill it. They're trying to snuff it out. They've been trying it since the beginning of the foundations of this country. We've always found a way to overcome. I've not seen it this worse, though. This bad. And even through history. The only time we see it when it reaches these points is when they're on the verge of collapsing. History has shown us that. You know, we've always been the beacon. Other countries probably claim the same thing. I don't know. I've only lived in two. But I see the pride they have when it comes to their flags. It comes to the patriotism. They have pride. They're willing to fight and die for it. They just, in most cases, don't have all the freedoms we have. Maybe that was our mistake, trying to push our form of freedoms upon others. Which now, that's being humankind, the need to free others. Just like we'll always have the opposite, the ones who want to enslave and imprison and oppress. Nature won't allow us to have anything different. You know, we read the Bible, any Bible, we see the same aspects in God. After all, we're created in His image. I believe that fully. So therefore, we are loving and at the same time, wrathful. We're vengeful, but yet at the same time merciful. Of course, the worst part of it is, I'll probably save the best parts for last. And you're dealing with an over 4-hour long video with nobody jumping in, most people are going to probably have already lost interest. Or I hit a subject that they didn't want to hear about, they've already tuned out and they miss the very enlightening part. Hey, but I'm also the firm believer that somebody out there will hear this or see this. That message was meant for them. Therefore, I have started a chain reaction that caused change. I've changed one person, that one person's going to change another, or maybe many, just by something I said. That's why I respect what everybody on this community does. I don't agree how we get censored and stuff, but I respect each and every one, no matter what your beliefs and your ideas are. Because I can still learn from you. You still have a message, apparently, because I stumbled across your channel for some reason. That's what it means to be an observer, a watcher. To observe. Open yourself up to new ideas, new thoughts. You know, even Hollywood's been taken over. It's been infiltrated. I mean, to boldly go where no man's gone before. Very powerful. You think about it. We don't hear messages like that anymore. We hear one-sided versions. This is true. Look it up. Why'd they strip the patriotic colors from Wonder Woman? Because it's all about their market. The American people aren't spending that much on movies. They're not going to the theater, so they're not making that much money here. So they're targeting the audience overseas. They're saying that the American people, when it comes to dealing with Hollywood, doesn't have a voice, doesn't matter, because we don't pay them. Another thing, we talked about cryptocurrencies. More and more it's becoming like they want us to be prisoners in our homes. I'm not against tech, but I'm against when you start taking the way to socialize, interaction with each other away. Now, instead of going to the theaters, they want us to buy a virtual ticket so we can watch it from our home. Therefore, we're not interacting with people. Ah! Any light bulbs going off? And that didn't mean when I thought about it. Why? When we interact with other people, with other humans, we talk. The more we get comfortable, the more we start freeing up, becoming free with what we say. We're learning, we're educating each other. They're stripping that away, pulling that identity from us. Nothing wrong with tech. Not at all. It can be used for a good thing, but they're using it the wrong way. Here, everybody buy a virtual ticket. We've got these beautiful, huge TV screens in stadiums. Let's open the venue up and show a movie there. Keep the ticket prices cheap so people can afford it. Place to interact with others. They don't want that. Why? Because when we start interacting with others, we become complacent. Hence why you see what we've been seeing going on. People are scared to go to venues now. Go out in the public events, they might get ran over and stabbed to death or blown up. Another form of control. Another old, ancient war tactic. We just find new ways to give it new modern terms. Another form of psychological warfare. Make you fearful, therefore we can control you. Therefore we can introduce you to another form of society, another form of re-education. Keep you out of society so you don't interact. Because most people won't interact and open up with a person they can't see behind a computer screen. We, as humans, require that visual, that touch, that intimate interaction, relationship. Yeah, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. Bear with me. Sorry about that, guys. But when you drink 3 cups of coffee and then steadily drinking back the water, nature calls. You know, the drawback of not having somebody outside the chat room with you to carry on while you're away. So I've showed you another form that's being played out before our eyes. I wish, you know, I could get that message across to more people. Some of it, yeah, probably just so much information we covered, I could probably break this down and edit it. But if somebody wants to, I'll be more than happy to, so I'm going to download this when it's done and send it to you. Feel free to re-edit it for me if you want. Take the sections out. I don't like doing that at all. Mainly because I don't like hearing my own voice. It drives me nuts. I'll get halfway into doing it and it's like, man, I can't listen to it no more. I don't know why. It's always bothered me. And I don't. Sometimes I think when I edit things, I'm losing the meaning and the structure of the whole thing. So, I don't know. Like I said, even I have my issues. Because I know this is long. Been long. Like, how long is it? Oh yeah, going on 5 hours long. Boy, time flew when we had Chris in here. We're not even going to get into that part of that subject where that could actually lead to. But I am thinking about winding the stream down for a little bit. I will come back live because, you know, a lot of people are with their families right now and didn't really get to tune in. And I know many people aren't going to tune in today because it is what it is. And I respect that more than this. And like I said, it's recorded, except for it's 5 hours long. And I'm sure if my voice irritates me that bad, it's got to irritate you guys as well. See, guys, ain't nothing wrong with making fun of yourself either. Laughter is important. Comedy is important. You know, to make fun of yourself is good. Because you're pointing out the flaws, but you're realizing them and, okay. Something I'm still working on. You know, like going on cam. I do it sometimes. Most of the time I don't. But I have. I try to do it more and more. I have to when I do from Periscope. So, I enjoy it. Now, before, hell yeah, good luck. Good luck even getting my picture. Good luck getting me to take a picture. Only, like I said, most people that know me would know. Well, shit, if they knew me a year ago, they would tell you, shit, yeah, well, not a year and a couple months. I cut my hair back in last June. I've always had long hair, guys. I never did the bald thing. Or the short, stubbly hair. I used to when I was a kid. But once I started growing it out, I just let it grow. You know, I kept the top all long. I usually keep the sides and back shaved. But even I've changed over the years. I mean, I actually enjoyed the bald hair for a while, until I realized that when you're dealing with needs, it's cheaper to have long hair. Razors are expensive, which I'm been slowly looking for straight razors. My grandfather had a set that was never used, so I know they're floating around up in this room somewhere or in the other room. I'm slowly straightening it out. Like I said, I've got projects upon projects, which I'm able to do because I'm not working. So, and it's allowed me to take stock of things because, like I said, everything has value. Like that '67 Chevy up on the hill. You know, yeah, it runs, but we don't use it. It's, you know, the bed's falling apart. The engine's good, but the engine's old. It's eventually going to go itself. And, you know, the rear end, you can't find replacements for it anymore. So you'd have to remodify it, refurbish it, and we've got other vehicles. So we need the money, go to scrap. We're just waiting for those scrap prices to go up. Sometimes certain things like that, even though it has sentimental value, has to be sacrificed. It's a bartering tool. The bartering tool is going to help us be able to put food on the table at some point, along with our garden. Because as we've learned, everything in this day and age requires money, and usually more than you can afford. And I don't do the debt game. So I have no credit. To me, I think that's a great thing. It's one less thing to use to control me. Not saying I'm preaching that. Because I'm not. To each their own. I'm not. Which probably tells me it's time to get off here. Recharge my Bluetooth. And get some substance. I mean, I haven't ate yet. While everybody else has enjoyed burgers and barbecue stuff, I've been up here with you guys. I am going to take a couple hours break and get something in my system, and we'll come back with some more topics. people to join me. So anybody that wants to join me, actually might be watching this and behind a little bit, feel free. Send me a message. Everything you need to know to get a hold of me, contact me is in my description or on the channel. You can find my email address on my channel. You can find me on Twitter, Facebook. I don't have the Facebook link here because this channel don't have Facebook, but you can find me. And I'll actually, well, no, I'm actually going to leave the Uber conference open, so you can actually contact me via the Uber conference if you want. The descriptions and the thing, I'm not going to turn it off because I don't feel like resetting it back up. So, what's up? I'm here, so I'll answer. But, there's many ways to communicate, bring people in, and share. And that's what this is about. That's what tonight will be about as well. We'll come back live in a couple hours. Like I said, I need to get some food in my system and see if I can't reach out to a few people to give in, because I think some of you guys may have enjoyed some of the things Chris had said. I know I always do when I can get him on. There's a few others I'd like to try to get on today as well. I'm waiting to hear from. That shocked they haven't by now. But I also know they're with their families, spending some time and celebrating the very thing we're celebrating here with you guys today. So, yes, I hope you guys enjoyed the many, many topics we discussed. I know it could have been a little bit of information overload, but hey, the beauty of YouTube. Find a spot where you're at. You just click watch later. You can come back to it and pick up right where you left off. See, there's a positive side of tech. Or for those that have the programs, you know how to, download it to your computers yourself. Or if you guys, some of you might want to restream some of what we said, I don't care. This is public. This is for you guys. Do with it as you wish. Yes, I know that can be taken both ways. You might do something with it I might not like, but I just told you could. The only thing I ask you don't do what the fake news do. Edit certain sections to make it say something I didn't. Play the whole thing. Because if I catch you doing that, I will call you on it. That's the only stipulation I give you. Other than that, free to use it. I don't care. It's not monetized. It's public. It's intellectual property for the people. We the people, for the people. There. That simplifies it. Oh, there's the word. Hey, let's do an anagram real quick. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Even I got to remind myself of that all the time. And that's not meant to be derogatory or make you take offense. It's just keep it simple. We could actually drop the stupid part out. Just keep it simple. But then it wouldn't be KISS. See? Trigger. That's what it was meant for. What is a KISS? What does a KISS do? It triggers emotions. It triggers feelings. Some cases it's a sign of respect. Sign of respecting your elder. Respecting somebody that you love. Oh, there's many. Yeah, no. We're not going down that road because that road could be an hour just breaking that whole scenario down. You know what I mean. It can be also that form of control. Bow down and kiss the ring. And that's not what I meant it for. Why do things got to be so like that? Why? Simple. But you see how something simple can be used against us. Its meaning can be changed. I just changed the meaning of KISS. I knew some people that tried to say it as Kids in Satanic Services back in the day for the band KISS. Oh, but there's videos on it. I never seen it as that. I don't see any form of music like that. I mean, I don't get, music to me means something completely different than most of you. Most of you only listen to the words. You don't listen to the silent part. So the words for it. And sometimes the words have a subliminal tone that you guys try just to interpret in the words instead of how it's being said, the tone, the vibration, the frequency of it. Something to think about. Which is the purest form of music. Hence why the Masons put an importance on the G note, G7s. G is the seventh note. On the scale, on a music scale, the clef. There's melodies and everything. It just gets misconstrued because we judge the bad apples and we let the bad apples dictate the rest. Or we try to interpret only one side of it, not realizing that there's another side. Two pieces of something. Well, I'm going to say two pieces, but no, there's multiple pieces to come to see the complete truth of it, the true enlightenment of it. You need both sides. You need all sides, actually. But the first two work because it's the building blocks. Then you'll start seeing the other patterns, the other pieces start falling into place. You can connect them. Then you start creating an unwritten language, the unwritten history. But we'll save some more of that for later. Like I said, I'm going to eat. I'm starving. So, like I said, once more, guys, happy Independence Day. I hope you guys enjoyed. This is your day. Let's celebrate it. I'm going to come back after I eat, probably. Maybe wind down for a couple hours, spend some time with family or something for a little bit. And then I'll come back. And we'll start this whole process over again. Who knows what the next topics will be. Until then, remember, today's Independence Day. It means something. Let's remember the meaning. Let's celebrate that meaning, not what others want us to believe, and not what they want to strip away from us. I mean, I'm all for let's get the Pledge of Allegiance back in our schools. It meant something. But hey, I'll see you guys in a little while. For all of you guys out there enjoying the day, drinking, partying, whatever you guys are doing, be safe. You're needed. Use some common sense. Don't get behind the wheel and drive. Because you're not just endangering your life, you're endangering others as well. No, just be safe about it. Be smart about it. But have fun and enjoy. Doesn't mean you have to restrict yourself. Just restrict yourself from picking those keys up and putting them in the ignition or getting behind that bike. Hand them to somebody else who doesn't drink or partake. Not that hard. See you guys in a few.